to make. First, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920, dated March 17, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 918-9003-9691. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And we have Spanish translation available for item 7.1. And I'd like to ask Ms. Elena Garcia from our Community Outreach Team to make a brief announcement.
La traducción al español está disponible para el artículo 7.1 y le pediré a Elena García de nuestro equipo de alcance comunitario que haga un breve anuncio. Gracias.
Thank you. Now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you could please join me in the pledge. I think we're going to bring the flag up. Great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and
justice
for all.
Thank you. And can we now have roll call, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichek.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Mayor Abikoga.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are all present, and we will start off with item 3, presentations. And we have a COVID-19 update. As you probably have heard, we're in a new color zone. So we have our city manager, Kimbra McCarthy, to provide us the update. Welcome, Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pull my screen up here. Okay. Yes, so thank you for having me present the latest COVID update to the council and to our residents this evening. I will just start off by talking a little bit about the numbers, not only in our county and city, but also talking about what's happening at the statewide level. So in terms of countywide, the county updates their numbers every day. And so the numbers that you see on the screen were last updated on the 7th. So right now there are 18,717 cases countywide, about 119 per day. And in Mountain View, we have 481 positive cases right now. And that is an increase of about 12 over the prior day. So what we had been seeing up until this point in Mountain View was about approximately an average of about 7 new cases a day. So obviously we were up 12 over the prior day, but the average right now is around 7. As far as the county goes, they are seeing an average of about 176 new cases a day. So they are continuing to see increased cases every day, which is indicating that there is still widespread community transmission. In terms of the state, right now statewide there are 737,000, almost 738,000 cases. And what is happening statewide, the reason why I wanted to show this is because it is showing that the age group that is the majority of these cases, over half of the cases, are occurring in the 18 to 49 age group, and that is also what we're seeing in Santa Clara County, that the younger age group is essentially testing more positive than other age groups. So whether that's an indication of folks being more out and about, or attending events where they might not be distancing or wearing masks, we are seeing this statewide. So the top line message essentially is to continue doing the three things that we have all been hearing about over these many weeks. So wearing some sort of face covering, conducting your business outside is much more preferred than indoors, and also just maintaining that physical distance is important. So in terms of the testing that's being provided by the city in partnership with numerous medical providers, including the County of Santa Clara and El Camino Healthcare District and Stanford Medicine, and also Planned Parenthood Marmonte, we've been able to provide not quite, but almost 5,800 tests at our facilities since the end of July. We do continue to have the ongoing drive-up testing at our Shoreline athletic fields, and that is Tuesday through Thursday from 8 until 12:30 every day. Also, El Camino Hospital is offering ongoing appointments Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. The next testing events that we have at our Center for the Performing Arts are on Tuesday the 15th from 9:30 to 4:30, and Wednesday the 23rd from 8:30 to 4:20. And those two events are by appointment only. And to register, you can go to that website that's listed, www.sccfreetest.org. It will take you through a couple questions, short questions, to help you navigate through setting up an appointment for that testing. As the mayor said, we did get a bit of good news today. So as we mentioned in the last COVID update a couple weeks ago, the state has introduced a new, what they're calling the blueprint for a safer economy. And so what they've done is they've put counties into 4 different tiers in different colors based on 2 different factors. So they look at the daily case rates and the test positivity. So Santa Clara County was in the purple category, which really basically meant that most of our sectors were closed to indoor operations. And just today, we moved to the red tier. So there are 4 big changes that I wanted to highlight for everything. Or for everyone just out, what does this mean then? So the first one is that schools can apply to reopen if we stay in the red tier for 14 days straight. And I do also want to make sure that people understand that this is something that the school districts decide. So they would petition the county and appeal to reopen. This is not a city decision, but that is a bit of good news for schools, as long as we can stay in that tier for at least 14 days. Also, shopping malls can open indoors at 50% capacity, and personal care services, so including nail salons, can now open indoors. Also, gyms and fitness centers, and this also includes gyms inside hotels, can open indoors at 10% capacity. So the way you stay in the tier is that you have to hit your numbers, basically those 2 factors that I mentioned earlier. So the daily case rates and also the amount of testing that's done. You have to stay in that basically subset of data for at least 3 weeks before you can move to the next tier. In terms of the guidelines for what the county is opening or not opening, whatever guidelines are more strict are what is going to be applied locally in our county, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. So this basically gives a snapshot of where all of the counties in the state are right now in terms of the tier they're in. So as you can see, most counties in the state are in the purple tier. I believe there were about 38 counties that were in the purple tier a couple weeks ago, and there are a few of us who have moved into the red tier. So in those in those tiers, along with the things that I just mentioned, all retail is now allowed to be open in the red tier, and also museums, zoos, aquariums, places like that can now be open. So I wanted to mention what county capacity means. So like the last slide, we talked about shopping malls being open indoors at 50% capacity, gyms and fitness centers at 10%. That capacity was actually determined by the businesses. So when the business filed their social distancing protocol with the county, that is how that percentage is determined. So it's whatever the business submitted. There are three things that, even though they may be allowed at the state level, the county is not allowing right now until our positivity numbers improve. So right now, there is still no indoor dining for restaurants. There are no indoor gatherings such as religious gatherings, and there are also no indoor movie theaters that will be allowed to be open in the county. So even though we have made that substantial progress and there are new things allowed, those three areas are still not going to be allowed until our numbers improve. I also wanted to mention what's happening with the wildfires, because obviously that has been a significant area of concern across the state for the last few weeks. So this has been a historic wildfire season. So far this year alone, there's been a little over 7,600 fires, and about 2.3 million acres have burned across the state. And just as comparison to 2019, last year there was not quite 5,000 fires. So from 5,000 to 7,600 is quite significant. So far there have also been over 14,000 firefighters deployed statewide. 3,400 structures have been destroyed, and there have been, unfortunately, 8 fatalities. In terms of Mountain View, we have 13 firefighters that are currently deployed right now. And the smoke that we have all been seeing in Mountain View and in our area today and yesterday is actually not from the fires in our area. So the CZU or the SCU complex fire, and those are between 80 and 95% contained. But the smoke we're seeing is actually from the Creek Fire, and that is a new fire in Fresno and Madera counties that is 0% contained. So that fire is really contributing to the smoke and the hazy, smoggy looking air that we have in the Bay Area right now. So we also had deployed a few of our police officers to help with mutual aid in the fires a few weeks ago, although none are deployed at the current moment. So I did want to thank our first responders for all the help that they've been giving across the state, and then of course responding to all of the incidents and giving the help to all of the Mountain View residents for those teams that are here in Mountain View. So moving to a few updates on our programs, and we'll talk a little bit about this later. The rent relief program update, we have almost expended all of the funds that the city has provided. So far it's a little over 2.5 million that's been expended for the program, with the average assistance still remaining just a little over $2,000. And we do still continue to provide the most rent relief funding to the folks that are at the very, very lowest area median income. And we'll also hear a lot more about our updates to our homeless and unstably housed later on tonight, but I did want to mention that right now we have a total of 59 vehicles, and that's up 1 vehicle since the last report. And there's a total of 132 people that are being served right now in the safe parking lots. And that's up 4 people since the last update. So I do have news that the Alta housing lot has opened, and so that has given us 9 more capacity. So that's up 9 spaces since the last presentation. I also want to mention that our HRC is right now currently doing the listening forums on local policing. So I wanted to mention the next 3 sessions that residents can join and participate in this dialogue. So on Thursday, September 10th, we have the youth session. On the 17th of September, we have a session in Spanish, and on the 24th, we have a session in Chinese. So you can go to engage.mountainview.gov to sign up for those sessions, and they are all in the evening. Then I also wanted to mention the Ask MV portal that residents can use to report incidents on the road, or really anything that they see around town in Mountain View that they want to let staff know about that may need fixed, or that they notice something that they need to alert us to. We have been getting a lot of emails, either going to council members or just to individual staff. And so I want to make sure that everyone knows that right on the city's homepage, there's a button on the top of the screen that is the Ask MV. And you can go right to this portal and select the department and select the issue that you're having and enter in your information so that it goes directly to the person that can help take care of the issue. So I just want to make sure that our residents know that there is that resource available to them on the city's website. And lastly, I want to remind everyone that the census has been extended to September 30th. So far, we have a 74.4% rate, which is great. That's also already exceeded our rate from 2010. So you can go online at my2020census.gov or call the 800 number listed on your screen to take the census. And that concludes my presentation this evening. I'm open for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council members? Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, a few. Thank you for the update. I was looking, this is more about questions that are focused on the testing. So you said SEC free test dot, and I missed the last part. Is it .gov, .government, .com? You remember what the last part of the website was?
.org.
.org. Okay, great. Concerning the testing, I've had some concerns from businesses that they might have one person test positive, but since they were in close proximity of contact with somebody, then those people need to take tests. And what's concerning is the time of length from the time to get a test and the time to get results. Because if these people, if someone comes along and tests positive, these people have to be quarantined, and then they need to be retested or tested beforehand, depending on how close they were. Is there any county, city ability to say, hey, these people need to get their results within a day? Because otherwise they're sitting 3 or 4 days out, and what's happening is it's disruptive to their income, because the longer, by the county guidelines, these people have to not come back to work. So the longer they have to sit out once they get the test and scheduling, they're losing income. And the second, it's very disruptive to small businesses, that if you have a small staff and all of a sudden you get 3 people taking a test and then you got to wait for them to get the results, it's very disruptive. So is there any way that the city, the county can, I hate to see, prioritize those workers to get back their tests quicker so they can get their income, and the small businesses get more moving along?
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. So I wish is the answer. I think that you raise an important point that many of our city leadership and county leadership actually have been raising to our healthcare providers. I do know that they are turning around the test quicker than they have been in the past. So El Camino and both the county are trying to turn around tests within just a few days. sometimes within 3 days or so, 3 to 4 days, sometimes earlier. But this is certainly a topic that all the cities in the county are talking about. How can we turn them around quicker? And so I'm sorry I don't have a great answer for you, other than the fact that we are advocating for faster and more rapid test results for all the reasons that you cited and others. And that is something we will continue to do.
So if somebody goes to Shoreline and they get a test, how long should they expect to wait before they get a result?
Councilmember McAllister, I'm going to ask our Community Services Director, John Marchant. I see him over in the queue. He is actively working with our testing partners, and I know that he is aware of what's been happening and kind of the average wait right now. So I'd ask him to help provide some context as to our Shoreline testing.
Hi, good evening. John Marchant, Community Services Director. So really it depends on the week and the day you go. If you are positive, you should receive a result within 3 days. And if you are not positive, if you go to Shoreline, they're actually sending you a response in the mail. But you know whether or not you are positive within 3 days.
Okay, so what can the city do to get this in the mail? Could extend somebody's time away from a livelihood and disruption 4 or 5 days in addition to the time to get the test. So how can the city help whoever decided to put it in the mail go forward?
So that's going to be a discussion with the county. The Planned Parenthood, Marmonte, is actually the contractor for the county, and so we'll continue to have the dialogue at the county level. The county testing that's taking place on site at the Performing Arts is actually turning around a quicker time than the Shoreline athletic fields. And so if those that are going to the Center of Performing Arts on the county days, I've heard a turnaround of 3 days with positive or negative.
Okay. What about at the El Camino Hospital?
Similar of 3 day turnaround.
3 day turnaround. Okay. Do you know if they're okay? Well, that's a very big concern, and hopefully we are pushing those limits there. Thank you, Mr. Marchant, Community Service Director. Also, back to the city manager on the schools. Daycares are under state guidelines for minimum amount of potting, you guess, of 14. So when you said schools can reopen in 3 weeks, is that public schools, or because I know some private schools are also applying for waivers? So when you say schools, is that daycare, childcare, all those schools?
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. I know it is public schools, and in terms of daycares, I know that daycare providers, depending on their operations, some have been able to operate since midsummer. But I will have to get back to you on where daycares fall along with that rule with the public schools.
Okay. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for the update.
I just wanted to add about testing. So this is a topic we talk about almost every Saturday morning. And the challenge is that it depends on the lab that the testing sites use. And that determines the length it takes to get results, or that's one part of it. So we continue to, bring it up, but we've been told it's all based on the capacity at the labs to turn around the results. So I think there's some work being done, that they're building new labs that should be ready in the next couple of months or so, but that's where we are right now.
So, Mayor, concerning what the Community Service Director said about putting it in the mail for negative, is that something that you can address on a Saturday morning and say, well, yes, why would one lab do it this way and one lab mails it? So that would be appreciative, and an update would be appreciated.
Happy to do that. We have talked about it before, and it has. I think some of it has to do with privacy issues, but I've also heard, I forget where, but one source sends emails if you're negative. So unfortunately, there's no uniform. It seems like there's no uniform, strategy or process. But we will bring it up and ask them to try to speed up the results. Thanks, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. First, the state eviction moratorium is complicated, and it preempts our local ordinance. And I'm wondering if staff can provide us an update on our education or communication strategy to help both landlords and tenants understand the new requirements, and whether there's any further action that the council needs to take related to the state moratorium. So can you provide us an update?
Yes, I can actually provide an update on that. You're correct. The state bill AB 3088 does preempt most local ordinances across the state, including Mountain View's. The rules and timelines are complicated. We have already briefed the Housing Division on the most important aspects of the new law that are most important to the stakeholders in Mountain View. And we've been working with the Housing Division to ensure that that information gets clearly and concisely communicated to those stakeholders. And I don't know if Wayne Chen is on the call, but perhaps he could have an update on the actual mechanics of that. But I know the information has been compiled by the Housing Division with assistance from our office. And as far as transmittal of that, I might defer to the Housing Division on how that's most effectively going to be done.
I don't see Wayne Chen on the line at the moment.
And to answer your second question, there's no further action required by council, but I can follow up with you, Councilmember Ramirez, and the rest of council to give an update on what exactly those outreach efforts will entail.
That would be great. Thank you. And the other question, I saw Tom Myers in the attendees list. If it's okay to promote him, I want to ask him a question about the rent relief program in the context of the new state eviction moratorium. Would that be okay, Mayor?
Yes. If we can. Oh, there he is already. Hello, Mr. Myers.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Ramirez, and city staff as well. Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, it's one that's been weighing heavily on our minds, is because, as was just mentioned, it's a very complicated bill that was passed. AB 3088 provides for an extension of the eviction moratorium, but it also provides for some things that we have to keep on our radar screen. I wrote a memo to city staff and to CSA staff, joint memo, saying that there were several things that I think we need to keep an eye on, and not the least of which, and probably most importantly, is that there's now a 25% rent repayment that's required each month. And we need to take a look, I think, at the impact that's going to have on the clients who are coming to us and the residents who are coming to us to seek rental assistance. So I've asked the CSA staff to work closely with the city staff on modifications that may be necessary. There are other things that I think we need to be aware of. We're very, very fortunate that this program is reaching such a high percentage of low-income people, with over 50%, almost 60% being extremely low income, over 80% being very low income, and 96% being at 80% AMI, area median income. I think I've not heard of another rent relief program in the area that's doing that well on reaching those folks. but I'm very concerned that people may be falling out of the system with this new 25% that's required each month.
Great, thank you, Tom. So I guess my question would be, appreciating now that there's some urgency in delivering, at least for those folks who still have lost income or no job at all, you know, and if they've already gotten 2 months of assistance to the city-funded portion of the program, would it make sense to limit the amount of assistance to 25% of the rent that each household is required to pay in order to maximize the number of households that we serve, you know, with the limited resources we have left? Or what is the current structure appropriate, where folks would get as much assistance as they would need given the amount of income that they currently have, even if that restricts the number or limits the number of people we can serve? Do you have any sense, Tom, of what would be more appropriate? And then
Sure.
for staff, my sense is the council didn't set those parameters, and I'd rather not weigh in too heavily in the administration. Is that a determination that could be made at the staff level, or would it be helpful for the council to provide direction on that?
I'll answer for the CSA part of things. I think that's an excellent question, and that's one that the staff are actually asking here at CSA themselves. Just this afternoon, we had another significant funder, Destination Home, as that many of you know, is talking with us about their phase 3 of COVID relief funds, as well as their next implementation of homelessness prevention funds. And I apologize for going deep in the weeds here. I'll stay as undeep in the weeds as I possibly can, because I know rental assistance is a very complex issue, and with juggling over a dozen funders to this, it's a difficult issue. We've already, and this started actually several weeks ago, compiling a list of people who are in need of 3rd, even 4th or 5th month's rent assistance. Now, just this afternoon, the CSA staff was working with folks from Destination Home on what this new phases of rent relief funding that is coming in and the implementation of those funds. And those funds will be available for multiple months. So before we start saying what we should use the city funds for, I want to get some details from what happened this afternoon. I will say this though, yes, and one of the reasons why the 25% hit me smack in the face when I first saw that was that really is kind of a game changer, that people who may have no income coming in right now are suddenly on the hook for 25%. And so that may mean that we need to change our prioritization. I will say this, from the very beginning, city staff have been very open to making this one of the most flexible rent relief programs I've seen. Now, that said, it's not, you know, there are certain rules and regulations depending on where the funding comes from, whether it's HUD and CDBG and so forth. But I think that from my experience with city staff, they would be very open to suggestions that come from CSA staff, as long as it was within the parameters of what they would be able to do. So I do think that you know, there are rules, and we all have rules that none of us like on that, but I do think that we will be more than happy to forward our suggestions to city staff, and I know that they will be taken seriously. But I guess if I could just interject real quickly, the short answer to your question is that 25%, I think, is the real game changer in this, and one that we need to take a very close look at.
Ms. Ryers, could you elaborate on the Destination Home funding? Is that state or federal or private donation? Is that part of the Silicon Valley Strong effort? Just wondering.
It's a combination of a number of things. Some of their funding, the Silicon Valley Strong stuff, is used specifically for COVID relief. That money in the past has been for financial assistance. They've now changed that over to do only rental assistance. Other funding, though, is ongoing funding that we've gotten from them over the years for homelessness prevention. And that is specifically rent relief. So it's a combination of funding.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, Tom, I have a question for you about when you said game changer. So could you clarify that a little bit when you're saying it's a game changer?
Yeah, we've seen, as I've said before, that we've seen a real collapse of the service sector and gig economies, and people have not been able to make money who were engaged in those areas. Everyone from massage therapists to delivery drivers and so forth. We all know the drill on that. What I mean by that is, though, many of those people are still either unemployed or underemployed. And so now if they are required to pay 25% of their rent each month, as AB 3088 requires that 25% of the rent must be paid each month, even though there's still an eviction moratorium, that means that we may have people with no income now required to pay 25% of the rent. And that may mean that we need to take a look at prioritization of that. As Council Member Ramirez just pointed out, do we need to start looking at not paying full month's rent for everybody and instead paying for just 25% of the rent for everybody to try and make the money go further. But I'm not gonna weigh in on that until I have an educated answer from my staff and of course from city staff, because they're going to know a lot more than I am.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Myers or staff on this item?
Just a quick clarification, Mayor. So for staff, do you need direction from the council on modifying the parameters?
Yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Ramirez. Yeah, if I may speak to that, I think that we have enough indication and working with Mr. Myers and knowing the constraints that we have in place that I'm confident that staff can work with CSA to come up with the best solution in order to help serve those folks who may need the 25% and come up with a solution that's flexible that works. So I'm comfortable with that, doing it at an administrative level and letting council know that will be our intention.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, the other thing I'd add into the mix along with the new 25% payment requirement is that rents have been dropping in Mountain View. So an additional thing that we may be inadvertently doing when we're paying the full rent is propping up rents at the time that they're dropping. So I actually would be very interested in looking into the 25% for both of those reasons, because I'd like not to have a program that's propping up rents to the point that they were at, before COVID started, which was kind of peak of the market, letting the market play out a little bit. And then also because of this new 25% requirement. So for both of those reasons, I would really like the way we handle this program to be reexamined. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, comments? If not, I will go to, thank you, Mr. Myers, and I'll go to the attendee box. Any members of the public in the attendee box wishing to speak on COVID relief update, please raise your blue hand. I don't see any. Is there anyone on the phone? If you hit *9, if you're on the phone, please. Anyone, City Clerk, do you see?
I just see one phone-in caller, but they have not raised their hand.
Okay, great. All right, then we will close this item and move on. Thank you very much, City Manager. We'll move on to item 4, the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Yes, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I'd like to pull item 4.4 and 4.6 for a potential modification to what the staff recommendation is.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
I was going to pull 4.4 just to talk about it, but Councilmember Matichak already did that. So.
Any other council members wishing to pull an item? If not, are there any members of the public wishing to speak to an item? If so, if you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please press *9. I don't see any blue hands. And I see the phone-in caller doesn't have his hand or their hand up. So I will close public comment on the consent calendar. If I could get a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, please. So everything other than item 4.4 and 4.6. Councilmember Clark.
So I'll move the balance of the consent calendars, which is the consent calendar minus 4.4 and 4.6. And that includes item 4.5, adopt a resolution fixing the employer contribution at an equal amount for employees and annuitants under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to a recognized employee organization 001 Safety Fire, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the council report. Adopt a resolution fixing the employer contribution at an equal amount for employees and annuitants under the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act with respect to the recognized employee organization group 002 Safety Police, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 2 to the council report. Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a side letter amending the memorandum of understanding between the Peace Officers Association and the city for the period July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 3 to the council report. 4.7, adopt a resolution appointing a member of the Rental Housing Committee, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 of the council report. And those are all the items that need to be read, I believe.
Great, thank you very much. And Vice Mayor?
I'd just like to second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Vice Mayor Kamei to approve the balance of the consent calendar other than 4.4 and 4.6. If we could get a roll call vote, please, City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Let's go on to item 4.4. Councilmember Matichek, would you like to start us off?
Thank you. So on both 4.4 and 4.6, I was speaking with the city manager earlier today, and then we also got some public comments on this via email. And I was wondering if these two items, if there are any like tweaks to them or changes to them, does it really have to come to council? And I think we had an interesting discussion about this, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if our city manager wanted to respond to that question of does this really have to come to council so everyone can hear the answer, that would be great. And then I have another thing to say.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Matichek. I do think we can make some adjustments so that this doesn't have to come back again. For both of those items, one adjustment that I would suggest is that we extend both of them actually until the end of the emergency period. So we can still keep the December 31st date in there or extend it to the end of the emergency. And I know that City Attorney Chopra, we have talked about it. And so we have the potential language for both of those. We can make that adjustment to the language. And I think that would be easier so that we don't have to come back with this and then extend it for a while.
So, and the city manager and her role as is it emergency director? Director of emergency?
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Matichek. I forgot to mention that. Yes, the Director of Emergency Services, being that we're in the state of emergency. So within my purview under that role, I could also extend it.
Right, or make modifications to it that would make sense. And I think part of the reason it's coming to council is so that there's discussion and greater awareness of this. But, you know, we talked about but sometimes you're just going to have to modify things quickly, and it really doesn't have to come to council. And so I would like to change these two items to say that the
end of these is at the end of the state of the emergency, and the city manager can actually decide on when the state of emergency ends, but I'm sure we'd also have a discussion about that at the council level, but that extends it most likely beyond the end of the year.
Yes, and I have language proposed to read into the record, but I want to check if you had other comments or discussion.
I don't, but, and I'm happy to make a motion when we get to that point, but it looks like there's other folks who want to comment.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilmember Matichak. I was hoping to second your motion. I think your recommendation is very good and sort of in line with what we had discussed with our eviction moratorium about just providing the certainty of a set date, but also, you know, an allowance for continuation if needed. And I think you're right that there's probably very little probability that you know, businesses will be able to operate at 100% capacity indoors by the end of the year. So I support your proposed modification. I do want to, if there's a way, incorporate also your suggestion to allow some flexibility in the program. You know, the resolution, for instance, includes a language saying no more than 25% of the total parking lot area can be utilized by businesses on site for temporary outdoor operations. And I think that's, you know, that's a fair number to maybe to begin with, but in some areas, maybe you can justify a 30 or 35%, you know, allowance of you know, surface area for a parking lot for business operations. I think sort of the underlying point being that we don't want our regulations to restrict outdoor business activity if there's no negative impact, because every table you could put out there is an opportunity for a business to generate some revenue. And it also has implications for our fiscal health as well. So, you know, maybe some flexibility with the parking. And the only other one where I thought there might be some opportunity for flexibility is the hours of operation. I understand staff's concerned about impacting residential areas near commercial centers, but there are some areas where maybe a business can operate until 10 p.m. on a weekday with minimal or no impact on residential areas. And at the very least, giving a business an opportunity to go through a process and justify that with staff would be helpful. So, Councilmember Matichak, I appreciate you bringing this up. I like your suggestions, and I hope that the rest of the council supports them as well.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, well, I wanted to throw in a tweak there. I support the idea, but I was thinking of a little tweak myself. We used to have Thursday Night Live going downtown, and we had entertainment. And so this thing where it says, is there entertainment allowed? I asked the question, can we modify the no amplifier speaker rule? I think this should be explored. I think we should talk with the Downtown Business Association or the Chamber. But why can't we have some music one night every Thursday, or start bringing some normalcy back to downtown? I think that will draw some more people. I think that will add some vibrancy downtown a little bit more. And I'd like to see that tweaked also to be, you know, determined by the city manager, the community, whoever, public works director, or somewhere along that line, or community service director, that we can modify that and allow some music, even if it's on a pilot program, to say one Thursday and say, hey, we're going to try something like this.
We'll go to Councilmember Hicks.
Well, lucky for me, people mentioned, previous council people mentioned most of the things I was going to mention. So I support the changes that previous council people have brought up, the extending the deadline, looking at making the parking more flexible, and yeah, even the music, because I know that my neighbors who I talk to about the way the downtown is functioning really appreciate the times. It may not be fully legal, but the times when there has been music. So so I would like to look into that. The one additional thing I was going to say is that I very much appreciated the email that we all received from the Chamber of Commerce that summarized it was kind of a summary of what a lot of small businesses have said they need. And so I don't think any of this requires a change in the resolution, but they said the things that I appreciated that they kind of came together and told us were that they would like continued large creative approaches and investment, especially for protection from the wind and rain, maybe doing a more festive kind of winter business setup, and also to look to other cities for successful and attractive operations that they may be using to turn city blocks into outdoor commercial centers with tenting and heating and lighting and decorations and so forth, and that they'd like us to think bigger than we have been thinking. So, and I think they also add in their letter something along the lines of looking to more than just our downtown, looking to, I don't know they may be places that are in our general plan we refer to as village centers. But anyway, and this may be part of when we look at our small businesses and reopening the economy, we may be able to incorporate some of those suggestions that are coming to us from the businesses via the chamber who's summing them up. But I really appreciated that email, and I will be supporting the changes that council members are suggesting. Thank you.
Great. I will just add my support for as much flexibility as possible. I think the key here is to try to help our businesses get through this time. And so whatever we can do to make it easier for them to do so, I very much support. So I think, and maybe Councilmember Matichak, if you'd like to include the changes in your motion, that would be great. But I heard extending to the end of the emergency, parking flexibility, or the use of parking lots flexibility. And I actually support music as well. I think I saw 6 p.m. was the end time, but I think we could go to 8 or 9. I live downtown, and I've had a church that has music playing till like 1 a.m. sometimes across the street from me. So I think we can be a little more flexible about music as well. So with that, Councilmember Matichak, would you mind making the motion?
I'm happy to. So item 4.4, adopt a resolution temporarily allowing activities on public and private property to facilitate outdoor business operations in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. To be read in title only, further reading waived. And on that one, the modifications would be the end date is the end of the state of the emergency. And I would add to this, and maybe there's more technical language, I'll let the city attorney add that in a minute, but I would add that, for me, it's more global, and it would be, I want to make sure that we're as flexible and move as quickly as possible. And some of the examples would be, we could be flexible on parking, we might be flexible on music, but I would look to the chamber, the Central Business Association, or any individual business to contact the city. And our city manager and our very capable city staff can look at the situation and determine whether or not it makes sense. It doesn't need to come to council.
Yes, and Councilmember Matichak, I do have some suggested language, and if it's agreeable to you, you don't need to reread it in the motion. Okay. So for both resolutions, beginning with item 4.4, my recommendation would be the language added to the last section of the resolution to strike the phrase December 31st, 2020, and to add until 14 days after the expiration of the local emergency declared on March 12, 2020, and ratified by the council on March 17th, 2020. And the 14 days, for everyone's information, is in consultation with the Public Works Director, a grace period to allow businesses to adapt to the change afterwards. And we decided 2 weeks was a reasonable time. So that change, that that exact language, and Madam Clerk, I will have this language for you in detail after the meeting. That same language will be inserted into item 4.6 in the second term on page 3, again, striking December 31st, 2020, and adding the language I just mentioned. And then for both resolutions, I'm recommending adding a additional term that says generally the Director of Emergency Services, which is the city manager, is authorized to make minor modifications to facilitate this program.
If I may, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, for the city attorney, we do include already in the outdoor businesses resolution a resolve that actually gives the Public Works Director and the Community Development Director flexibility to make modifications. This is very important also, as you know, just as we see what the ongoing business needs are, but also to be responsive as the county public health order changes. For an example, one restriction the county public health order has is no live entertainment allowed related to outdoor dining. Now, obviously, if they modify that, then we will quickly adapt our own requirements to start allowing that. So those are examples of things that we will do as we watch changing conditions. For the Castro Street closure one, although it was not specific in the resolution, we did develop it in a way that basically said staff would develop guidelines that could be adjusted as needed. So in many respects, we feel that you've already given us the authority for Castro Street closure to make modifications. And there is a specific resolve clause here that provides staff that authority.
Okay, and thank you for that, Ms. Cameron. I wasn't aware of that specific language. I do see it now in item 4.4. I do see that, and I didn't see the flexibility explicitly in item 4.6. Would you be able to point me to that, Dawn?
It probably more relates to the original resolution,
okay.
As you may recall, it's the Second Amendment. If council would like to be absolutely certain, they could add the exact same resolve clause to the Castro Street closure one, and that just...
Okay, I will review that again, and why don't we have the motion include adding the same language which exists in resolution 4.4 if needed to the resolution for item 4.6. Thank you for that.
Thank you. So I still need to read item 4.6, right? Just checking.
Yes, yes. And with the modifications as discussed, yes.
So adopt a resolution amending resolution number 18470 and resolution number 18489, temporarily suspending and designating parking restrictions and prohibitions pursuant to Mountain View City Code Chapter 19, and temporarily closing the 100, 200, 300, and 400 blocks of Castro Street pursuant to the California Vehicle Code Section 21101 to facilitate outdoor dining, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the council report for both of those. So then for item 4.4, we would add the statement about if the section that Ms. Cameron read regarding giving the Public Works Director and the Public Services Director, was it? The flexibility to make modifications would be added to 4.4.
Yes, Community Development Director and Public Works Director, yes.
Yes, and it exists in 4.4. It would be added to 4.6.
Okay.
Yes.
I had those reversed.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, and I guess from my perspective, I'm not sure what the definition of minor versus, more major change, but I'm pretty comfortable that if it's a major change, I'm okay with the city manager making that change, and if she feels like she needs to come to council for ratification, then we would. But I feel pretty comfortable with her making more than minor changes. Do other council members? Okay. So I would say I wouldn't include the minor changes. I would just say changes.
I do not, the language doesn't actually say minor, it just says may be modified as needed. So
I think it's something the city manager read earlier, though. He said minor. Was that true?
I'm sorry, that might have been my suggested language before I knew what it was already in there.
Okay.
I think that's what the confusion was. So
Okay.
it doesn't have the word minor. It just says may be modified.
Okay.
So,
Great. Okay. I think that's it.
Thank you. So there's a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I'll second that.
But I have a
Councilmember McAllister?
discussion on page 5 of the, I guess you call those the program operating requirements. There is a section on amplified speakers, and we had some discussion about, right now it says 8 to 6 outside the listed hours, and I would propose that we change those to 8 or 9, possibly 9. When does Thursday Night Live end?
At 8:30.
Sorry, if I may just confirm, page 5 relates to businesses that perform outdoor worship services, outdoor recreational fitness, or gathering activities. It's not for outdoor dining. So I just wanted to clarify, Councilmember McAllister, if that's what you meant, that you wanted to increase those to 9 p.m. versus 6?
Well, I mean, it does says, and others allowed outdoor gatherings and according with the city's noise regulations. I've seen some street artists out there before doing some stuff. So I want the flexibility that if somebody on a corner is performing music, that it benefits with the surrounding people without gathering a crowd. You know, it could be a small sound or something. But I want the flexibility that we can add some kind of attraction that doesn't gather too many people, but still allows a little bit more ambiance to the area. And so that's why I was thinking, again, I'll leave it up to the city manager to always figure out the correct answer. But instead of 6 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock to just, or 8:30 or somewhere along that line to just add that.
Yeah, we could extend the hours and we could allow it to apply to other uses such as outdoor dining. But then, as we noted, for all these uses, they're still subject to restrictions from county orders, which currently don't allow entertainment. So when they do, then they will apply. We can apply the same hours to them.
Yeah, just like the former mayor Matichek was trying to do. I would like to say, here's the rules. If they change above us, then you can jump right in and have the flexibility to do that. So
I won't speak to whether Councilmember Matichek would like to amend it. I'll leave that up to her.
And just as an FYI, for Castle Street, the guidelines allow them to have the amplified music until 10 at night.
okay, where was that in the? So it's in somewhere also in those guideline pages?
For the Castle Street closure, which is part of item 4.6, we have, the staff has developed and distributed to businesses guidelines that are available on our website.
Okay.
We have adjusted over time, and so that's what those particular guidelines say. They're different for Castle Street than they are for the other outdoor business guidelines.
Well, then if that's already in there until 10 o'clock, Rosanna Dana says, never mind.
All right, never mind. I'll go to Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, I understand that staff has the discretion to modify the regulations as needed, which would apply sort of system-wide. but does the resolve clause allow staff to have the discretion to modify regulations for a particular business? So, for instance, if a business can justify occupying, 50% of the parking spaces on the lot without having a negative impact, can staff allow for that deviation from the regulations, or is that something that we would need to include now in the motion?
Typically what we would do is circumscribe the rules. We could amend them, but it would be difficult to apply it just on a site-by-site basis until there were specific requirements that we would have to adhere to. That way, there are clear requirements. But if I'm trying to find a way that would allow us to be flexible and yet be within the requirements. The only way I see is if there's a way for them to show that they've got more parking than they need, right, at any given time. But even that requires more work on their part. So we wanted to have a permitless amount which says you don't need to do anything. You can just go start doing this. And then anything above that, they could follow up with us. And typically that gets you into a permit process. But if council member, you're trying to find flexibility without a permit, I think we might have to take this back and see if we can extend it up to a certain percentage under certain criteria. If that's your direction to us, we could go back and look at that.
But to your question, Councilmember Ramirez, this has been set up in a way that you could, council could direct staff to please go and look at more flexibility. And if we can find it, we can implement it. We do not have to come back to council for approval because the resolve was set up to allow staff to make modifications such as even the percentage of parking space that can be used up in a parking lot without having to come back to council.
Yeah, our intent wasn't to come back. It was just to establish what allowed people to go from one percentage to higher percentages. That just allows us to assess that.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay.
All right. So are we clear on the motion? And so the motion from Councilmember Matichak, seconded by Councilmember Hicks. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abekoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much. And we will move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to, I'm going to say 2 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on non-agenda items? If you're in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please hit *9. And I see Ms. Tim McKenzie. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, thanks for giving me time to speak. I spoke last week, or I took part last week in the Human Relations Committee meeting to once more provide members of the Mountain View community the opportunity to share our vision of how we can change policing. Apparently extensive comments at City Council are not enough, so I was happy to participate. Thank you for the opportunity. And I know that you will be getting a report later in the year from the group. I look forward to being able to read that. But also was made very clear in June how terribly complex the budget process is. So I wanted to give you some of the themes that emerged last week so it can start entering into your thought process if budget issues come up. In nearly every report back from all the small group breakout discussions, just about everyone said they wanted to reallocate resources from the police department into places that will help build and nourish our community rather than through punitive actions and an armed police state. One specific proposal that came out several times was removal of resource officers from schools. Having weapons in schools is not a conducive environment for learning. We have empirical evidence that when there are armed agents at schools during school shootings, they do not go and stop them, they run away. We saw this in Florida a few years ago. So that it doesn't help with safety. It is non-conducive to a learning environment. I want to let you know about that. People want to reallocate resources from the police department. And so thank you for the time. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the attendee box wishing to speak, please raise your blue hand. I don't see any other hands. City Clerk, is there anyone on the line who would like to speak? No.
Sorry, Mayor. No, there are two phone call-in listeners, but I don't see hands raised. We would need to press *9 to raise their hand. I don't see them raised yet.
So I would see them as well then.
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. All right, then I will close oral communications and we will move on to item 6. Actually, we have no public hearing this evening, so we'll go to item 7, new business. 7.1, options for extending the safe parking program. And we have a staff presentation by Kimberly Thomas, our assistant to the city manager. Welcome, Ms. Thomas. And I will also just make another announcement. This item is being translated, and so if you see on your screen the interpretation button, that's the button you should be pressing. And I don't know if Ms. Garcia would like to make that announcement again.
I will go ahead and allow Nora Beltran to do that. It's difficult to move Elena back in when she's on the translation side. So Nora, let's see. So, Nora, are you able to provide a brief announcement for us? You're muted currently. There we go.
Hello, Ms. Beltran. Let's see. I hear somebody.
Yeah.
No.
We seem to be having technical difficulties. We can't see or hear her at this time.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, Vice Mayor, but would you mind making the announcement?
Sure. Okay. Hola, buenas noches. Traducción en español está disponible. Prima el button que dice interpretación, por favor.
Thank you so much.
You just click the globe, right, Lisa? That's what I said. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So yes, Ms. Thomas, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I hope that you can see my screen share, City Clerk.
Not quite yet, Kimberly.
Not quite yet. Okay, I will try one more time if you give me one moment. City Clerk, I do have it clicked.
We're not seeing your screen yet.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me see if I can fix things.
There we go. You've got it, Ms. Thomas.
Okay, wonderful. Give me one moment to just get the video back on. There we go. Thank you. Sorry for those little technical difficulties. It's so different presenting from your living room. Very, very different. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The purpose of this report tonight is to recommend council action associated with the Safe Parking Pilot Program. A memorandum from staff will also be provided shortly addressing the deferred study session item about existing homelessness initiatives and actions implemented in response to COVID-19, although we'll also be showing some highlights of that in this presentation tonight. Tonight, the presentation will include background, the safe parking program status, lot operations summary, where we're at the first 6 months of operations, a potential increase in lot capacity for passenger vehicle parking, as well as a number of recommendations for staff, including one related item to homelessness matters generally, which is the Home Key Project. The County of Santa Clara completes a comprehensive biannual point-in-time homelessness count, which includes the unsheltered and unstably housed, enumerating those individuals and families who are sleeping in emergency shelters and transitional housing, as well as people sleeping on the streets, in vehicles, abandoned properties, or other places not meant for human habitation. As shown on the chart on screen, over the past 3 county point-in-time counts, the number of homeless in Mountain View has increased substantially, more than doubling in 4 years. The vast majority counted were unsheltered. Unsheltered does include people who are living within vehicles, which are not meant for habitation. The county's count considers residents, again, living in recreational vehicles to be unsheltered. Over the same period, the total number of homelessness in Santa Clara County also increased significantly, from 6,556 in 2015 to 9,706 in 2019, also a nearly 50% increase. To augment the information that's provided from the county on homelessness at large and homelessness unsheltered, which would be living in vehicles, the city has also maintained on a yearly basis since 2017, a yearly basis or more per year, depending upon when we had items coming before the council, a street-by-street count of the vehicles that appear to be in use for living purposes. As seen on the chart on screen, over the past 3 years, the count of vehicles in the public right-of-way, again, this chart is showing you the public right-of-way, not the safe parking lots, which were a new development brought online over the last 6 months. It has ranged between 250 and 300 vehicles. Since the December 2018 count, more than half of those counted have been living in RVs. If the 55 vehicles that are now located at the city's safe parking lots were included in this total on screen, the total number of vehicles identified as of July of 2020 would be up to 320. There are 55, again, that are in the shoreline and VTA lots. There are several factors that could be contributing to this rise in the count in the public rights of way. If you include both that as well as the safe parking component, the loss of housing and greater need due to COVID could be a contributory factor in the pandemic. People seeking basic services that other cities may not provide. A reduction in the enforcement of the 72-hour parking rule by the police department in light of the COVID pandemic and shelter-in-place orders. And the overall limits on the city at this time to be able to regulate parking in the right-of-way in relation to the narrow streets and other considerations that were brought forward last year. That is pending consideration by the voters. In addition, it may be possible that these vehicles were always in Mountain View, and with the shelter in place, we're getting a better count, but it gives you some gauge of the realm of possibilities associated with why there is a slight increase in the count. For the past 5 years, the city has been studying and taking actions to address the challenging rise in homelessness and unstably housed individuals. Today, the city is a recognized leader in addressing this regional problem, looking at all options and forging strong partnerships with the County of Santa Clara and many community-based providers. An extensive work plan, 14 council reports, this is the 15th, and 100 action items have been developed and executed, just highlights of which are shown on screen for you here over the next 3 slides. Some of these achievements include an adoption and extension of a shelter crisis to provide flexible and streamlined options for safe parking, creating an innovative safe parking ordinance to ensure the public safety, securing 5 safe parking lots for Mountain View participants, resulting in the city of Mountain View having the largest safe parking program in the county. Updating and providing various basic services, human services that range from showers to case management, updating the needs assessment and goals responding to the consolidated plan, participating in regional homeless initiatives by staff and council on a continual basis, and refining the existing rent relief program, and then a significant expansion for the COVID-19 response. In short, looking at the past few years highlighted on the screen here, the journey over the last 4 years has taken the city from having no options on safe parking. No one had originally responded to our RFP for safe parking services in 2015, to being a city that now has the largest safe parking program in the county. Shown on screen here, as I mentioned, we are going to be providing a memorandum that will give an update on various services in response to COVID, and the city manager highlighted it earlier that we'd be offering some additional information tonight. Shown on screen here for you is the various activities the city has done to engage and share information with the homeless, vulnerable, and unsheltered community to make sure that we are reaching out and engaging both ourselves through our police department and our auspices, but also utilizing our resources and links through the CBO community. Outreach has been done using all channels that the city possesses. The city's police outreach team has disseminated information on a continual basis in English and Spanish to individuals and has placed flyers on windshields. This has been a program that we have been continuing since 2016-17, where we hand deliver flyers on a continual basis. We have amped that up and ramped that up for COVID response, and that is an ongoing effort. The city's multilingual community outreach program that's assisting with translation here tonight also assists us on a continual basis doing translation in the 4 languages of the program. The city also widely communicates on social media and our various digital channels for those with digital and cellular access. Also on screen here is speaking to some of the core efforts. Not everything, but some of the core efforts and some of the key data points associated with the proactive actions we've taken to respond to the needs of the homeless and residents living in vehicles during the COVID crisis. While we know the resources cannot meet the magnitude of the need, as was highlighted earlier in response to rent relief, the intent is to identify emerging needs as quickly as possible, work closely with the city's collaborators, mainly the county, CSA, Hope's Corner, and Move Mountain View, to try to address as many of those concerns as we can, to develop solutions and provide as much assistance as possible. Shown on screen again are highlights of this response. Lastly, shown here are some of the main efforts to limit increases in homelessness through things such as rent relief and the very important during COVID eviction moratorium that I believe you also had a conversation about earlier. This is really crucial. Keeping folks in their existing housing is vital, and it's one of the main tools within the homelessness prevention and goal is to prevent homelessness from happening in the first place. Also, these efforts have been vital, and it highlights some of the additional allocations the council has provided in response to the COVID crisis. Based on the council direction early on, staff aimed to connect with the countywide system to leverage its resources and to expand the public-private partnerships to address the needs of those who live in vehicles and others experiencing or at risk for homelessness in Mountain View. The needs and services related to homelessness can be viewed within a continuum of coordinated care that is shown on screen here. This focuses on homelessness prevention, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing. The chart shown on screen summarizes the number of Mountain View affiliated households and individuals that have been housed through these supportive housing programs for, again, Mountain View affiliated households. Since the start of the programs, when the city began in 2017, it was mid-year to current year, which is current end of fiscal year, which was June 30th of 2020. As planned and implemented over the last 3 years, the city now has 5 safe parking lots online to serve Mountain View participants. Temporarily, one of the faith lots is on hiatus right now, but all lots are operated by Move Mountain View, the nonprofit that was supported by the city and the county over the last number of years that has taken on this huge task of providing this service as a brand new nonprofit. The current capacity for safe parking is 67 oversized vehicles and up to 18 spaces. This is dependent upon the council direction to allow flexibility to the provider to have up to 15% of those OV spaces used for passenger vehicle living. Without the 15% ratio and just looking at strict numbers and including faith, there are 76 total spaces. During the crisis, the COVID crisis, the safe parking lots were consistently hosting over 100 individuals. This section really is highlighting that the city has come a long way since the exploration of safe parking began in 2015, as I mentioned, when we didn't even receive a response to our request for proposal for safe parking services for an operator. As a result of the consistent efforts and the clear direction from the City Council, the city has been instrumental in attaining many of the goals shown on screen and discussed in the previous achievements section. The core of our discussion tonight is on the safe parking program status and next steps. This section will discuss that of my presentation. Today, the City of Mountain View is providing up to 76 safe parking spaces. Again, as I've mentioned, it's a running theme, but making Mountain View the largest safe parking provider in the county. Providing over 80% of the total oversized vehicle parking spaces and 10% of the passenger spaces. The counts shown on screen here are based on the data from the provider as of August 24th. At which the Terabella site was not up yet. So we're not accruing data on that site yet. The sites are open and in operation. They are at near capacity with a total of 130 participants living in 57 vehicles. A majority of the participants are families and residing in oversized vehicles such as RVs. Of the 130 participants in Mountain View safe parking lots, 19 are under the age of 19. And 19 are age 60 and above. Of the 54 participants who self-identified their race, 4 are identified as Black or African American. Of the participants who have African American, 5 are identified as Asian, and 16 as Caucasian, and 29 identified as Hispanic or Latinx. Of the participants who have left the safe parking program, 5 have moved to interim housing. 6 have moved to permanent housing. 1 has moved to an emergency shelter. 2 have moved out of the county. And 11 have exited the program with undesignated clarification pending. The data now shown on screen highlights the safe parking program status. What the overarching participation according to the city's preferences. The city's preferences for safe parking are to serve people who have lived and worked in Mountain View, who have students in Mountain View school districts, who are seniors, or who are disabled. Looking at nearly 6 months of data from the 24/7 safe parking operation, 38 families and individuals report having lived in Mountain View or are working in Mountain View. 15 are children who are in students in schools, Mountain View school districts. And the pilot data shows that 30% of the lot participants are employed. That's currently, that's given the COVID crisis that may be impacting those numbers. The numbers in the chart above represent data derived from the qualifying applications, not a census by Move. Data is reported by family unit as some participants fall into one or more category. I should also note there is a footnote on this slide. This is an update from the chart that's included in your staff report. This was updated due to a slight omission in some data, and it has been updated for you here. Over the last 6 months of operations, in working with the provider and the county, we've needed to make some modifications to ensure that we're addressing the needs of the participants on the lots. Modifications have included things like providing 2 ADA compliant commuter vehicle spaces that are adjacent to the ADA oversized vehicle parking location. Adding 2 loading zones that were created to help participants more easily stock items to their RVs. In addition, shade structures and other services have been provided. The city and its partners have provided additional services on the lots, and that will only continue to be refined and grow based upon need. But at this time, it's included things like providing temporary water service on the 3 city lots, that's Shoreline, Evelyn, and Tarabella. It's also included working with various partners to try to better address the basic needs of participants on the lots. And this includes things like grocery store gift cards, volunteer food deliveries that move coordinates on a continual basis, monthly COVID testing that's done by the county, mobile medical visit units that are done by the county, and distribution of masks, hygiene kits, and sanitizers, plus ongoing information exchange that's done by the police NES unit, our outreach officer. That's done roughly every 2 weeks. So that's an ongoing effort. MOVE is also doing new program development to assist participants on the lots. And one of their most recent activities is to provide a new reading program for youth on the lots. Through its regular coordination with Santa Clara County, we also encountered an additional issue that the city needed to send an application in, and that was in relation to a use change, an update for environmental health related to using this lot on a 24/7 basis for safe parking. So that was something that the city has also dealt with and would deal with on an annual basis as needed if the program were to continue. The city has also provided some temporary solutions or emergency urgency solutions to address commuter vehicle parking. It's turned out that the lion's share of the residents that are participating currently in safe parking, the participants, they do have a secondary commuter vehicle. That was somewhat indicated in the early data on safe parking, the PD counts. About 50% or so on average over time have shown that they had a commuter or associated vehicle, but the numbers have bared out based upon the participation rates in the current program that many, if not higher than 50%, have a commuter vehicle. Staff dealt with that collectively to address it for night parking at the dog park at Shoreline, and then also provided 15 urgency spaces within the existing footprint of the Evelyn lot. The council has continually wanted staff to ensure we're providing the maximum level of service. And now that we have been in operation for the pilot of 4 to 6 months, depending upon which lot you're counting, we did want to relook at the lots themselves and see what additionally could be done to maximize its usage. To further address this parking concern, staff has reanalyzed the lots for any additional parking capacity while still maintaining the core existing structure. There are many reasons for that that range from contracts to actually trying to maintain the folks that are currently on the lots. But the result is staff is presenting an option for you shown on screen here tonight, which would allow us to maintain within the existing footprint and maintain 10-foot buffers that are required for lived-in vehicles. This would include areas both for the Shoreline lot, which has less capacity, and more for the VTA lot. For the Shoreline lot, this would result in 4 spaces that could be used for living, added safely within the existing footprint of the Shoreline lot. Then we would recommend that there would be a continuation of the 15 parking spaces that are used at night at the dog park to facilitate the commuter parking of the participants at that lot. For the Evelyn lot, there are 21 spaces that could be facilitated for living and added to the lot. This would include 3 within the existing footprint and 18 that are outside the existing footprint that would be facing and adjacent to the office complex. It's currently an area that is unoccupied. It was provided as a buffer between the office complex and the program. And what we are recommending here is that be extended to allow us maximum usage, especially during COVID. We would also recommend that the 15 day and night parking spaces on the VTA lot, so it's continual, first come, first served basis, that those parking spaces be kept for for passenger parking, commuter parking, non-lived-in parking. Staff has a number of recommendations of a fiscal nature that are noted in your report. This includes approving an appropriation of $150,000 for the Safe Parking Program expansion as discussed in staff's recommendations, providing contract authority for the full $575,000 that would include the existing budget as well as the new request for appropriation to coordinate contract services with the County of Santa Clara. In addition, there is a ancillary related item, but it is an important item. We've received some good news today in relation to the city's home key application that was discussed at the August 25th meeting in greater detail. And at that time, we were unsure about what our status would be. We've gotten an update just today, ironically enough, that the city and Life Moves, our partner, the project has moved forward, meeting all of the preliminary requirements for review, and has had funds reserved. I wish I could say that I knew the exact details of what funds reserved means, but it's a very positive sign, and it looks like the project will be moving forward. And what we want to do is part of staff's plan is we have developed a funding strategy as one of our greatest challenges that was discussed with you at the prior meeting was the operational challenges, coming up with the funding to operate the facility on an ongoing basis. And so as a part of that, to show the city's commitment, staff does recommend that the council commit $2.4 million from the Google Landings community benefit for homeless initiatives toward the operation of this facility. Shown on screen here, and also one additional slide, are the formal recommendations that staff is recommending to the council. I won't go read them in detail, but they are in detail should they be needed for later. This is the first screen. This is the second screen. This concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions, both myself as well as members of our team. And if I can just briefly highlight who should be on the call for the city clerk that is available to answer questions, that would be Harsha Ramchandani, who is our regional fellow, and she has done a major effort running some of this data that you see highlighted so beautifully in this report. Tom Myers, you've already heard speak tonight, who is a partner, the executive director of CSA. Amber Stein, she is the executive director of Move Mountain View, the operator of Mountain View Safe Parking Programs. Michael Love, known in many other contexts, but in this context, the operations manager for Move Mountain View. Hillary Baroga, she is the senior programs manager from the County Office of Supportive Housing. In addition, I believe we may have potentially reps on the call from Life Moves and Hope's Corner. Thank you. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer questions along with the team.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. And I know it's a team effort, but I do want to recognize your leadership on this issue for 15, I believe you mentioned 15 update reports to the council over many, many years. So thank you very much for all of your hard work and leadership. With that, do we have any questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Hicks.
Sorry, took me a moment to unmute. I have a quick question, but first I wanted to really congratulate you all on the home key application. That's tremendous. And of course on the rest of this work as well. It's a Herculean task, and I wish I could individually thank everyone, but I'm sure I'd leave someone out. My question is pretty simple. Can people run generators in the safe lots? And one of the reasons I'm asking is I'm particularly concerned because of the the heat we've been having, and then it will get cooler in the winter. So I'm very glad that you brought in the shade structures, because I was worrying about that, and then I'm wondering about generators as well.
For the city's ordinance at large, for any other applicants such as the Faith lots, running of generators is not permitted. For the city lots, there is more flexibility there, and we have shown some flexibility working with the county, but the guideline is generally, it needs to limit any excess noise from outside that unit. The main reason related to that, even on the city lots, is don't forget for the Evelyn lot, as well as the Tarabella lots, they are situated around many, many businesses, as well as within residential. And so we do our best to continually manage that. There are various options that we also include. Move and the county provide various solar cell chargers, ways to charge your laptop. There are a variety of options that are made available to them, but the key reason behind generators is to ensure that they don't get out of control and become a major noise issue.
Okay, that's a good answer. So do I understand that you're working on a host of approaches to address the heating and cooling needs, and that you're interacting with people and monitoring the noise versus the other options that they have?
I would say that I get reports on it, but it's definitely Move, Amber and Michael, who are lead with Move, that are continually, balancing this issue, as well as the county. We've had conversations about it. Really the goal at all times, that's one of the reasons why the shade structures, sharing of information about being able to go to the park and walk in the surrounding area when those heat advisories are in effect. They do all of those things.
Okay. So I have a second question, which is that we got an email from a gentleman who owns a property adjacent, I think, to the Evelyn site, and he said that there were associated people trying to get into the site and then sleeping on his property. I'm wondering whether there's any current monitoring of or contacting the businesses that are nearby or the property owners nearby, or monitoring the situation nearby, so that if there are any problems associated with, in the adjacent properties, if who's following up on those things and who's keeping track of those things?
It would be dependent on which conduit it comes in, and then we do share that, of course, with both the county and Move. It's a partnership between the city, county, and Move. I personally have spoken with many of those customers who have concerns, but in addition, we share that information forward to the county as well as Move, so that they're aware of what those considerations are. We have, as you probably recall, on that VTA lot, we did a significant outreach campaign in the fall of 2019, including hand walking around to all of the businesses, handing out information in Spanish and English about what the program was about, how to contact both us, the county, or the operator. So we've shared that through that round. We've shared it again when Move did an additional outreach and flyering process when they began to take on cars on the lots in March. So it's a continual effort, and I do know, and Amber Stein, the executive director of Move, might want to respond. There are plans when we are in a non-pandemic situation. One of Move's strategies, which is really delightful, is they want to work as a partner in the community. They want to have an open house. They want to invite folks in. They want to share what they do and share what their participants are about. They've just not been able to do that during the COVID crisis. I'll raise whether or not Amber's on, and she might like to share something additional on that, because it's something she believes in strongly.
Sure, that would be great.
Amber Stein, if you could be joined.
I'm here.
Good evening, Amber.
I thought I was going to get away with not showing up, but it didn't work. Yeah, we are aware of the business owners, especially at Evelyn. And I think we want a good relationship. We did go around and speak to all of them before the lot was open. We are there, available to speak to them even now. We are aware some of people that are not in our program, let alone in their parking lot. Once in a while when we have opening, they come in And so we are monitoring with lot monitors as much as possible. But it's a conversation that needs to be had. And just recently, for example, some of them were parking their commuter vehicles over there. And so we had a community meeting and expressed why that is not to be done, and that, we want to be good neighbors to the business owners as well. And I think people were very accepting of that. And then also we let the police know that our people are not allowed to park over there. So if they see any of that, to go ahead and take action. But on the other hand, I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, but I think also to reach out to our neighbors, to also let them know. I think, you guys as council members may be able to do that, is our people are there, the street parking is available to them, and there's been some pushback from the business owners for some of our tenants parking on the streets, which is not very neighborly. I'm not going to go and confront them, but I think we are doing our best to be able to honor their space. So we would like them to also work with us in terms of our constituents parking on the streets. It's an adjustment. Just when we get everybody figured out and everyone start following the rules, and then we'll get people leave, and then we get new tenants and then new people. So it's a constant balance.
Thank you, Amber.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. No more questions on my part.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And echoing your words earlier, I'm very grateful to staff for the immense amount of work that you've put into ensuring the success of the safe parking program, and also it looks like some at least preliminary success with the Project Home Key application. Thank you very much. I do have a couple of quick questions for Amber, if you're still there.
Okay. Yes.
So thank you for being here tonight. First question is, can you share with us some of the experiences you've had in operating the two sites, and any lessons learned, improvements that have been made over time, from the perspective of the lot operator or monitor? What how has it been? Where have been some of the successes and I think areas for improvement?
Well, I think we are all learning. I mean, city staff as well as us, in terms of how to operate parking lots the caliber that we're operating. I think one of our biggest first lesson was in terms of what do we supply, what things do we provide as a safe parking measure. Is it just bottled waters, or do we need water? And it ended up being that there should be water available. That was a big learning curve for all of us. And then I think right now the one that we've been struggling with, and it looks like there is some resolution, is the parking of second vehicles. That was not anticipated, and people came with their second vehicles. And I think part of the understanding with that is, people were leaving their RVs at the streets and going and working and coming back to them. And in the city count, maybe the second vehicles were not visible, but most everyone has a second vehicle. And trying to figure out how to have parking safe for their vehicles and also safe for them, so the walking distance is not too far. Some people come to work in the middle of the night, or they go to work in the middle of the night, and working through that as well. Now at BTA we are open for 15 vehicles, and we're going to be doing that according to who came in first. That way that takes away this thing of first come first serve kind of deal. So those things we are learning, and then also we learned actually one of the biggest lessons was we have a lot of clients that came to us that are illiterate. Giving out the pamphlets, etc., is not you're giving them to people who couldn't even read in their own language, let alone in the English language. So I think Michael and I and anyone else that was related to our work have been on the ground shortly after shelter in place came to being, because our clients need to be served on a much more face-to-face with somebody to translate. And then the other is, I think, maybe for city to ask us more of what's going on, because we are on the ground. We do know what's going on a regular basis. And sometimes I think we would like to put some input. It's not so much that we're constantly just an advocate for the residents on the lot, but we're advocates for the program and the success of the program as well. So we have things that we see on the ground that most everyone else would not see. So to just be part of the calling as a team.
Great, thank you. And sort of related to that last point, the staff recommendation includes some very specific parameters for the site configuration. I feel like, we have a limited amount of space, and there are 3 types of vehicles that we can incorporate into the additional space that we're making available. There are the commuter vehicles that you've identified. There are passenger vehicles that are occupied or inhabited. And then, you could have additional RVs, but it would take up more space. And so you'd have fewer RVs, as opposed to inhabited passenger vehicles. And part of the challenge I have is I don't really know what the right combination of each is. And I feel a little bit of reluctance in being very prescriptive. So can you help us understand how you came to this configuration? Is this the right configuration? Do you need some flexibility in how you adhere to core parameters of the program, the buffers between vehicles and that kind of thing? Can you walk us through how you came to this particular configuration of each of those types of vehicles that we could place in the footprint of each of the sites?
Well, the configuration came from the city. I mean, it was mainly for RVs. Both parking lots were created for RVs with a certain percentage of cars where people dwell in them. And we've followed that pretty much to the letter, actually. I think it is like 4%, or it's like 5 cars, something like that per lot. And the rest of it has to be for RVs. There have been once in a while where we've been tight in terms of, for example, one time we had a lady with 3 children and she was in a van. And it was like, shoot, both lots have the number of cars that we can put in them. So, we put her in the church lot, but she could have probably benefited better being in the bigger lot, because that way she would have had access to food for her children, because she can't cook in the van. So once in a while, that kind of a setting, ties our hands. But we've been learning to flex with it. And then I think the other one worth exploring is the generator as well. Not everybody has the solar. We have tried, and I think Kimberly is right. We have handed those out. We have tried to make all of that as available as possible. But there are times when people have the need to be able to cook their food, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm going to just out there confess, so you guys can decide what you're going to do with my confession. But we have let people have their generator on for until about 9 in the evening, from probably dinner time to the time when people are cooking, saying, you have to understand you guys are all neighbors to one another, and we'll give you this much time to go ahead and do what you need to do. So we've taken that flexibility. I don't know if you guys like it or dislike it, but it works. People honor it pretty well, okay? So I mean, some of it, I guess I've taken liberty in making some of those decisions, because we are dealing with people, we are dealing with situations, and I'm a great believer of policy, but sometimes until we do the actual and set up the programs, we are not exactly sure if the policy really fits the need of the individuals.
Thank you. And then the last question is, I think it's the intention of the council for this program to transition people out of homelessness. It's not a permanent, RV park that we're creating. And I was happy to hear that we've successfully transitioned a number of households out of homelessness. For lack of a better way of phrasing it, would it be helpful to include an explicit parameter that limits the amount of time a household can use a lot? We may not know what that number is, but are you finding that people are making good faith efforts to transition out of homelessness? Or do you think that, some kind of requirement to, either achieve some milestone within a certain amount of time, or, a maximum stay, something like that would be helpful in allowing the program to function as it's intended?
I don't know that answer for you right now under COVID. Okay, we started these big lots just shortly before COVID started, and then the big lots became pretty much shelter in place for the RV dwellers. So with that in mind, I would say to put any kind of parameter until we have a better handle on what the COVID situation is going to be. Because this is a shelter in place as well. But I think eventually we also will be, I don't want to be operating a lot that people are not moving forward. Believe me, that's just not what I want to do. So I think we are now at a point where we can scale up case management and be able to start searching with people in housing. And I don't know what kind of the housing situation is with COVID. I know that rent is going down, so maybe that's good for our individuals. But we have to also remember some of the people that have come to us were employed, gainfully employed, and have lost their jobs. And we have a young man right now. He lives in his van, and he was working not far from Google in a restaurant, and was able to make a living that way. But now he has nothing to do. So I would say during this time it would be pretty hard move to put any kind of stipulation around it. One, because of COVID. The other is we've been so busy trying to get the lots and people were coming at us and trying to get them into their places, etc. Now I think we're at a point where where we can hire case management, and we'll be able to look at the next round of how do we get people out. We've been doing that in a small manner, but I think we'll be able to do it in much bigger. So I would say give us the opportunity, maybe in the next meeting. We can.
That's all.
All right, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions. In the council Q&A, somebody sent in a question about whether or not there is a referral program to the safe lots.
There is.
Can you tell us how that works?
Actually, the referral program before COVID was through CSA. And before COVID, things were very somewhat manageable, because people would go to CSA, and then CSA would do the assessment, and then they would refer them to us. But then during COVID, during shelter in place, most places closed. And so that referral that was coming from CSA no longer was there, because people were not going directly to CSA because the office was closed. We've gotten referrals from the school district, the school system that knew people the children that were homeless. So we've gotten referrals through that. Actually, the majority of our children that we've gotten as living in the RV have come from from the school district. We have gotten referrals from various other outreach programs. People will come to us saying Hope's Corner sent us, or so-and-so sent us. So maybe those organizations aren't directly calling us, but they are sending the people to us. So, and then after a while, it has become more a word of mouth kind of process as well. But I think the number one referral for us before COVID was CSA, and then now CSA has picked up in their referral to us as well.
So, do you know, or do you have an estimate of the folks who have come to the safe lots? Were they previously parked on streets in Mountain View, or were any of them parked on streets in other cities?
We asked those questions. We asked those questions, and as the criteria is, do you, not necessarily where you parked in Mountain View as much as do you work in Mountain View or do you live in Mountain View? So one of those answers out of that could be a yes, I work in Mountain View or I live in Mountain View. The ones who have school children in the Mountain View School District, that's no question to that. And we do ask people, I even asked senior citizens, did you live here? What is your connection to Mountain View? How is it that you came to be? So knowing the criteria that we've set and knowing the amount of need that there is, we do ask those questions. And we do try to see if we can verify it as much as possible with a continued question and then with continued kinds of documenting. Where in Mountain View did you live? Okay, where was your RV parked? And some of them can actually tell you the street and the area, and a great deal of them actually know each other, in terms of where they parked in Mountain View. So it's a community within itself as well. So I'm not saying that the system is not flawed. I'm sure we'll get one or two that will tell the story and get in. But overall, we have been very diligent in asking those questions because it matters to us as well that the program is designed that way to meet the needs of people in Mountain View. So we're doing our best in asking these questions.
And Amber, thank you, because I think that's also part and parcel of the fact that the city has preferences that are established as a part of our ordinance, and both the county and MOVE comply with those preferences. And so that's part and parcel of the referral process, as we highlighted earlier in the data, that the participants need to meet certain requirements to be able to be a part of the program. So those connections to Mountain View are established by the ordinance, and then that's what in turn the county has agreed to enforce, and what MOVE is working each day to make sure is provided on the lots. I also wanted to circle back, if I could, to a prior question by Councilmember Ramirez, inquiring about the parameters of the lot layouts. The original lot layouts were done by the city to maximize the lots that we had access to on a contractual basis for that cap, which was in our ordinance, up to 30 oversized vehicles. So that was round one. That was what our goal was then. What our goal has been through this recent modification, using our entire team, which includes the internal staff team as well as coordination and dialogue with the county and MOVE, is to look at what additionally we could do with those lots without disrupting the current participants. That's really the key. We don't want to disrupt the current participants, and we have very specific criteria per our ordinance that we need to comply and meet. So I wish I could say it was something where staff would make a recommendation that was open-ended, that maybe you could take roughly up to this amount and roughly up to that amount. That's not something that we would be comfortable with from a variety of reasons, both for the ordinance compliance that we do still do our due diligence to comply with, the contract basis where we need to explain and provide a lot layout specifically of what those parameters are. There are key reasons that we need to make sure the lots are laid out very strategically. So that's a really important point.
Thank you. Councilmember Marichek, did you have other questions?
I did. Actually, I want to finish the question I was asking about the referral and the criteria we have. I think maybe I had a different understanding of a prior resident of Mountain View. I thought that meant you resided in an apartment or some sort of physical place, as opposed to you lived in a vehicle on a street in Mountain View.
That is the criteria that's in our ordinance, is that you need to have, I can pull it up, it's actually in your council questions. Give me one moment and I can read that to you. It is in our ordinance, and it is what the guidelines are. So it's the live-work preference. It's very similar to what the city uses for affordable housing, and that live-work preference provides a preference to anyone who currently works in Mountain View or had a legal address or resident address for the purposes of voter registration in Mountain View within the last 5 years.
Right. So yeah, so that was my understanding. I'm not sure that's what's being used. And so I guess I'd like to clarify that to implement the ordinance, it would be the criteria or the definition that you just read to us.
Yes.
I don't know if you had a response to that, Amber. Is that the criteria you're using?
No, I'm not. No, we're not. We've been taking people that have been living in vehicles in the Mountain View area, asking them where and how long, but not in homes. Because if that was the case, then I think, well, I did not know the interpretation clearly, that it's you have to have an address for the past 5 years. Some of the people that we have in our RVs have been living in their RVs in Mountain View for the last 7 years, 8 years. So, and they don't have an address. But, you know, by verification of the fact that their children are going to school or they are working in Mountain View, we have taken them in. I did not know they had to be in an apartment for 5 years, and then.
Well, I think it's if the only criteria you could meet is you lived in Mountain View, it would have to be, as Kimberly read. But if you have children in the school district, that's another criteria.
We have, most of ours have gone with live and work. Those two kind of go together, live and work. There's no one that's living here, has lived in Mountain View doing nothing. So is live or work. That's how we run that criteria, is live or work. Unless you're a senior citizen, you know, then they qualify under senior citizen or disabled.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe we just
staff can also interject and assure that the county is aware of that. We've done multiple training sessions with the county and also with MOVE on this. And if there's any further clarification that we can provide, we're happy to do so. But that is clearly both in our contract with the county as well as their subcontract with MOVE.
Thank you. So a couple other questions. Do we have information on the demand for spaces for people living in passenger vehicles, passenger cars?
Yes, we do. We have wait lists, and Amber can speak to that. Also, too, just the very nature of the limited amount that we have in Mountain View. We are showing rising numbers of passenger vehicles in the right-of-way that are showing signs of living. So we have that indicator. We also have, it's been frankly a continual struggle, and Amber can highlight that Mountain View's level is based, the vast majority, on oversized vehicles and less on passenger. Plus right now we have a temporary period where one of the faith lots that hosts passenger normally is on hiatus. So there's definitely a need there. Amber, if you'd like to join any additional information there as well, please feel free.
So I guess my question though is, are the folks who are living there saying, we want to participate in the safe parking program?
Oh, I think the only indicator that would be most direct to that would be the wait list. And so Amber, I think we do have a number of passenger vehicles that are on the wait list currently, correct?
Yes, we do. We do. And I can't give you that number right now, but it fluctuates. It can go from as low as 4 or 5, depending on what the situation is and if we've been placing them, all the way up to 15. And people in cars, if you don't find some place for them at a quicker rate, they tend not to stay. They will find another, and also they're low on the radar, so they can stay on the streets much longer than people in the RVs.
Okay, and for the Terabella lot, how many spaces are there on the lot for associated vehicles? Are there any?
There are not any on that lot. There is no space on that lot. As you recall, that is just a portion of a former private property that has been repaved. So that lot will have to be carefully matched to clients that have a single vehicle to make sure that it is conducive to use on a long-term basis at that site.
Right. The associated vehicles, we actually have been measuring this for quite some time. It's been in council reports, yeah. And so this is not a new issue for us. And I was wondering, the Shoreline lot, we have some capacity there, but at the dog park. But where are the other cars being parked? It's not like there's a lot of options there.
There are some, we've done a kind of a scoping of the whole area to lay out where there is public parking, and there is public parking, ample public parking, and I'm blanking on the street, but I will ask Harsha Ramchandani to remind me by looking at the map, because I don't have it in my printouts here. The street name, it's right along the Google complex where there is parking. There is also other parking in adjacent areas that are within 0.7 miles for parking. So we did a zone look at the entire surrounding area to see where there was parking, and we provided that information to the program participants so that they were aware of where there was public parking.
Okay, great.
Same principle for VTA as well.
Okay, so I want to follow up on Councilmember Hicks's question about, especially around the VTA lot, the email we got from one of the business owners there. And, you know, when we find folks who might be sleeping or spending time on the business properties in that area, are we trying to connect them with services and help them to try to find more stable housing? Like, what do we do when we come across folks like that?
It would be one of two things. It would either be a CSA referral for outreach during a normal process, right, during a non-shelter in place. During the shelter in place, our most conducive option is we work with Sergeant Scott Nelson of NES, our community outreach officer, and then he will go and see if he can provide assistance. He does this every single week, multiple times. So we'll have a customer concern raised about a van parking at location X. He'll go out, he'll connect, he'll give flyers, he'll come up with some options. If it's formal, he'll do a formal referral onto CSA, but that's a continual process. In addition, we've linked and we've offered information to many of the businesses. Sergeant Nelson has also coordinated and talked with many of the businesses in the area to make sure they know, what the parameters are of the program, how they can reach us if they have a concern, including the county will also take in that feedback. Everybody wants to ensure that there is a conduit to sharing their concerns.
Okay, that's it for now. Thanks.
Sure.
Great, Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I just want to echo my thanks to staff and providers, our partners, and our residents in particular for both having the patience and the perseverance. I know that this has been a long 5+ years in the making, so I just want to put my thanks out there. So I just have two quick clarifying questions. The first one is for staff, and perhaps I may have imagined this, but I do know that, given the pandemic, everybody is sheltering in place, and that includes those in the safe lots, I think, as Amber mentioned. And I thought I read that we were also trying to provide connectivity for those at our lots, and I know that we've been looking to provide our MV Wi-Fi at those locations. Is that correct?
The city has looked at that option. That is not an option that is available where we're not adjacent to city facilities. So it is challenging when you look at, obviously, the faith lots, if they're not using those services, or when you're looking at Evelyn. Out at Shoreline, there is Wi-Fi capability in and around the area. So that is an option. What we have done from a city perspective is we have shared all of our accessible locations, our public locations, in map form. We have a digital map that many of you are aware of. It's all of our resources for anyone who is underserved or has any needs. It is available online. Then we also have paper copies of that. And so we share that. And then the other point of additional service that's been held by the county and our CBO, Hope's Corner, is the power banks that I mentioned to you in the solar chargers. So that's another piece of it. And of course, the school districts have done an amazing job through their McKinney-Vento representatives, making sure that, certified homeless individuals for McKinney-Vento at the federal level, that they are getting the Wi-Fi hotspots that they need.
Great, thank you so much. I knew that we were doing a lot, and I just wanted to make sure that we were able to share that information.
Of course.
And then, my second, and perhaps this might be for you, Ms. Thomas, as well, but it was prompted by something Ms. Stein said, which is the sharing of information, and that it might be, I think that that's a two-way street, right? So it would be great for the city to share information with the lot operators, but also the lot operators to be sharing with us. And so I'm just wondering, how often is that happening? And that was only prompted because of the comment that I heard, but I feel
of course, there are multiple meetings. We talk with the county nearly every day, and I'll let Hillary Baroga, she is our programs manager with the County Office of Supportive Housing, jump in on this, because there is a heavy lift piece of this that is theirs, which is they coordinate with us a quarterly meeting with constituent members on the lots. We also have a bi-weekly CBO meeting that used to be weekly, so that includes all the partners that you see here on a continual basis, and we are often delighted by having all folks continually on that call, so that's great. In addition, we have a monthly call with the county and with the provider to go over status updates, anything that's going on. So there's rarely a time that we have large gaps without exchanging information, both in a verbal context, but also certainly emails. I'm sure everybody on this queue would rather not receive any additional emails from me.
And thank you.
And Hillary,
Kimberly.
I'm sure you can share.
Yeah. Kimberly covered it in terms of the frequency and number of meetings. And I, as necessary, when the city staff and the operator are not talking directly with each other, am a conduit of information as well.
Great. Thank you so much for clarifying. And I might be teetering into comment territory, but I didn't hear small businesses mentioned. And so kind of given the questions that Councilmember Matichak was mentioning that we've been receiving, particularly on the private lots, it might be great to also find ways to be communicating with those adjacent properties and those businesses in that area. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course.
Councilmember McAllister?
First question is for Tom Myers. I see his name there, but I wonder if he's still available there. There he is, Mr. Tom.
Yes,
no, that's it. Good. Hey, so somebody, who was it? Amber mentioned that CSA was just getting back to gearing up for casework. So can you give me sort of a little history since March? What has happened to your caseworkers' availability and caseload?
Yeah, when we went into shelter in place, we attempted to, with varying degrees of success and with various programs at CSA, do as much of our case management work off-site. And so that, as an employer, we wanted to try and protect our employees and follow guidance as well. I think that it was with the immediate ramp up of numbers in the safe parking program that happened so quickly, as well as our good faith attempts to try and keep our employees safe. We found that was too slow a process, and that the lots were ramping up much more quickly than we could keep up with. Our case manager is back on site on the lots now and doing that work now. But even with that, there's still need, as Amber will tell you, that there's still need for even additional case management beyond that. So, yeah.
Well, what percentage would you say that you're back up to doing casework? Because caseworkers was a very important aspect for me to help rapid rehousing and help guide these people through a process. So what percentage of ability are you right now for casework that you were prior to?
Well, we are back up to 100% of what we were prior to, but I think Amber and those others on the lot would tell you that that's still not enough. That the lots are big enough now that there's a need, much greater need, and I see Amber shaking her head right there, that there is a need for even more case management on the lots. Because, as everyone has said, the goal was for this to not be a permanent solution. The goal was for this to be transitional and to this to be a way to expedite helping people get into permanent housing.
And so, if I may jump in here?
Yeah, Hillary, please.
I think that what Amber was referring to, in addition to CSA coming fully online again with case management, is that under the county's contract with Move Mountain View, they will be hiring additional case managers. And so between the CSA case managers and the Move Mountain View case managers, we'll be able to offer a deeper level of case management for all the safe parking participants.
And then if staff can just join to that case management is a requirement of the program. And if individuals are not moving forward along that path to case management, that becomes an issue for the reissuance of their permit.
Okay, so I understand everything was up. Again, I'm going down this pace of caseworkers. To me, it's very important. I mean, to me, it's a critical tool to get people to move. And I can understand, but if CSA is up 100% and Move Mountain View is, who's going to pay Move Mountain View for those caseworkers? Who's the funding's going to get?
Yeah, Hillary can jump in on that, but right now there is some continued funding from the city associated with just the Palo Alto housing lot. And then there is ongoing funding that is part of the city's revenue sharing contribution that goes into the county for the case manager that's already providing assistance to the lots. That's $60,000 that we put in, and the county matches $60,000. And then the county, as a part of its additional contract to expand services into Mountain View, is doing an allotment for 2 case managers. And I believe right now, Hillary, you're contemplating the potential need for another, which with us doing this expansion for these potential additional 25 units.
Correct. Our goal would be to get to a place where we don't have much more than 25 cases per case manager, so that folks are really well served with case management services. And the funding would come from the total pool of funds to operate safe parking from the city and the county.
Okay, and so we got CSA, we have the county, and Move Mountain View. But there still seem to be getting, CSA gets a lot of their money from Mountain View. Move Mountain View seems to be getting money from Mountain View. And then the county is we're sort of subsidizing county caseworkers also?
No, the county is funding Move Mountain View caseworkers. The new ones that will be coming through to Move Mountain View will be funded through the county.
Right, there are no county employees offering case management. The county is simply the contract holder with Move Mountain View, so that we are well coordinated with the city. So you're really just passing your money through us to Move Mountain View to help us all be really well coordinated.
Yes. And so the city is doing an ongoing contribution to that, and we are asking the council for the additional $150,000 to continue to expand this program. A piece of that will be expansion of case management, and so that it's really just a way that all of our contract services, we're asking you for the contract authority. It is bundled with the county, and the county administers those contracts. But we are Mountain View has a key a contribution in that process.
Why don't we just give the money to CSA? We've been working with them for years. They have a rapid reprogramming. Rapid housing. Does Move Mountain View work with CSA for the rapid rehousing?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. It's a variety of actors. I think since the very beginning and inception of our homelessness initiative's response, one of our core things has been using CSA, and they've been kind to cooperate with us on everything from showers to rent relief to providing the mobile outreach program, which was a creation that was developed in Mountain View and implemented with CSA's extraordinary guidance. So that's been ongoing, that we have the case management relationship. Really from the big operation, all the different levers that can be pulled and all the different contracts that are available. Hillary, if I'm not mistaken, the county has 6 different contracts that are available for just permanent supportive housing and these types of services. So it gives us a greater ability to get the services that we need.
And if I could just interject real quick, I think something that you all will hear me say quite frequently is that CSA can't do it all. You know, we try really hard, and I think most of the time the heroes that work here at this agency do a pretty darn good job of it. But we can't do it all, and so we want to work in concert with the others. But ultimately, it's Amber and her team at Move Mountain View that are the ones that are the coordinators of the safe parking program itself. And I think that the idea of case managers from CSA working hand in hand with case managers of Move Mountain View, that would be ideal, because each can bring their own talents, their own insights, and their own abilities to this work. Because the homeless services that we provide at CSA are not just around safe parking and are not just around people in vehicles. In fact, the last census that we took of our own internal homeless clients, of the hundreds of homeless clients that we serve, actually only about 10% of them live in RVs, and about 20% of them live in passenger vehicles. So you're talking about a much broader homeless population that we have here at CSA, but boils down to what I said earlier about we can't do it all, and I think working in cooperation and collaboration with Move Mountain View is a good way to do it. Because I will say this, one thing we are learning continually every single day from the data that I see at CSA or the data that we see from the program in general, but from the stuff I see from the data we have here at CSA on our homeless clients, this particular population that's living in the safe parking program needs a great deal of case management. And especially if we're going to try and transition that population into permanent housing.
Well, and also if staff can interject, I think one of the key things Mountain View has a great luxury, frankly, that not every organization of our size has, is the partnerships that we built. And so, you know, for example, in COVID, called up Tom and said, Tom, we desperately need to get some grocery store gift certificates out there. Can you assign us a resource, and how much would it cost? Within minutes. I mean, within minutes on the same call, he's yes. So both Move, both Hope's Corner, CSA, the county, they all come and they all try to assist us with any idea that we're trying to implement. And I think that's something that we should be very grateful for.
Oh, of course. So Amber, how are you guys, okay, since when safe parking came along, we've been working on long, it was to transition people, and I still believe that is our major goal, is to transition people into permanent housing. What background do you guys have, or what procedures do you have in place to get people into rapid rehousing? Since CSA is pretty busy, and so we work with conjunction. So this is fairly new to you, I believe. Maybe you guys done this before. So what are you guys doing to help rapid rehousing?
We are in the process of hiring 2 caseworkers, but as we wait that, I'm a social worker with a master's degree, and I've been attending the meetings with the county for rapid rehousing programs, and networking with all the resources that are in the county, and sharing some of these information with specific clients that meet some of the criteria of the information that we are given. We are having meetings with our individuals or our clients in the parking lot, and pretty much messaging that this is about housing, and this is about permanent housing, and that if they have another means of gaining a home and they need our assistance, that they need to come to the office and we will provide. So we've done housing both on it's a smaller scale because we haven't been around for a very long time, but we worked in tandem in housing an individual that was in the church parking lot, an older lady, ended up in Hollister, and mainly because she was coming with the application and not knowing what to do, and being able to provide a space and copy machine, etc., and a process of this is how you can do it. This is what you need to do. I've had multiple conversations with individuals, encouraging them to look outside of the county, outside of Mountain View, and some have moved outside of county because we've been able to find them resources there. So I'm one person, but that's why we are going to be hiring 2 more workers, as well as a social worker at CSA, who is now on the ground and is doing case management and is exploring housing possibilities with clients. But also we have to understand housing is not that easy to come by. We have the shortage, and not everybody qualifies for the housings that are available. So part of that is qualification of the individual clients, and some of that is availability of housing that they qualify. And then the other part of it is, yes, growing our service to the population because it keeps increasing.
So when you are working with the rapid rehousing, so when you say housing is a shortage, but you also mentioned Hollister, so you will be directing people to where housing is available? Or yeah. Okay.
Yes.
How long would you think, since it will take with your 2 caseworkers and CSA to be able to handle, is that enough caseworkers to handle all the people in the parking lots?
Well, I think that's where I think Hillary was answering that, saying we need to have about for every caseworker can handle probably 25 at the most clients. That's about that's a strong average. Some people are going to need a lot more intensive case management. Others are just going to need a place to be able to explore ideas and possibilities. And they just need the empowerment of saying, go that direction. And others are going to, depending on their background and what their need is, they're going to need a lot more. Maybe they need to apply for SSI, maybe SSD. We don't know if they have a disability. Maybe there's other forms of funding that they need resources to before they can actually even explore the possibility of housing.
At one time we were talking, and I don't know if it's still the case, but to be in one of our safe parking lots, you need to have a caseworker. Mm-hmm. Or to me, that was very important, because I want to help people who can help themselves, want to help themselves. What has been your experience with these people when you say, hey, our goal is to ultimately get you some permanent housing? Some may say no. So then how do you deal with the demand for those who want the housing and willing to work with caseworkers? And I know it's a little premature right now because you don't have the caseworkers, but then versus those that, hey, we're fine, don't leave us alone, we're good. So
I think if they're not going to go through the process of working with us to find permanent housing, they won't be in the program. But I think also, as a social worker, I do know when somebody comes and when we tell them we're going to help you get into permanent housing, if these people have been living, in the condition that they've been living and trying to get help, there is doubt in terms of, are you really going to do it? How are you going to help me? So part of that is a relationship building process, and saying yes, and we need to do step this. And then we also have some that will just say, absolutely not. I am happy in my trailer. I don't want to be here. Then we will have to say to them goodbye. Good luck.
Okay, so things are starting to settle down, I guess, a little bit, is because you've ramped up and now you're starting to get your feeding. So have you come across those people and say, hey, we're fine? And we said, well, thank you. I'm glad you're fine, but you need to move on. Have you asked people to move on?
We have not asked anybody to move on since COVID. Okay. We have not asked anybody to move on since COVID. I have had people that I've done intakes with that have not come to the parking lot. And if they say they don't want to engage in any kind of case management, we've said we can't take you to the program. Even if they meet Mountain View criteria, we've said no, we can't take you into the program because housing is a goal for this program.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add on top of that, Amber?
Yeah.
Part of our protocol is that when they fill an application out with us, there's actually some specific questions that they have to affirmatively answer. And one of them is that they will work with a caseworker towards the end result of some form of permanent housing option. And so we're very clear at the top with them. And so the very small number of folks who have said they're just not interested do include folks that are just with us now during this shelter in place. And we're aware we'll have to be given the option to think about that again and perhaps exited because they're not going to be in the guidelines of the program, because of course, as we all know, we've never offered a permanent housing solution in an RV on a parking lot. We're offering a place that's safe enough for them to attend to all the business that would help them get to a permanent housing solution. So we give them the safety and the space to work with someone, maybe to get their job situation figured out, who knows. But the result has always been, we're working you off the lot as soon as we possibly can. And COVID has really been a challenge in the midst of all that, as we've said a couple of times here this evening. And we're poised now to begin to move into more proactive work towards housing solutions.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. That's encouraging, because that was our goal. So, thank you. Question for Kimberly. It was brought up, these commuter cars, and I'm a little concerned, that if we're trying to maximize our lots for people that really need it, I'm a little bit confused about if somebody has a commuter car and they're able to go, or majority, and I wish we had more. I was disappointed I didn't see exact numbers of how many people, but it sounded like more than a majority, 80% or so, had commuter cars. These people have potentially jobs if they're commuting somewhere, or is that my understanding? So I'm not characterizing anything, that these people that have cars, that they are going to a job.
That's what indications are, is that would be used for both commuting purposes if they were going to a job, to school, taking their children to school, going to get supplies that they need to restock their unit. So that would be how they are used. And we did respond in council questions. It was included in the staff report, the exact data on commuter vehicles that are in the lots. That's included in the staff report. And then we included the breakdown that was based upon our analysis over time and the current time period of where we're seeing the secondary vehicle based upon the police department's assessment. It is somewhere in that range of about 50%. We do know that the current clientele is higher for both of the main city lots, that there is a higher threshold of the current participants that have a secondary vehicle, and there are even a couple of folks that have more than one. They're a family of grown driver-age children.
Okay. Are we providing, or is there any public transit? Other than, I would think on Evelyn there might be some public transit, but on Terabella?
I can potentially ask CSA or Hillary in terms of any, it's certainly a conversation with the case manager. And I did want to make sure and correct one thing for the record. There is a current case manager from CSA that is providing services to the clientele on all the lots. So that's an important clarification for the record. I just want to make sure that's clear. What is being onboarded is 2 additional case managers through Moose Auspices, funded by the city and county. And then also an additional request that we are putting in here to get that ratio down to a caseload of about 25. So that's what's happening tonight. So the goal is to meet that and have that be ongoing. But right now, Kathy is doing yeoman's work out on the lots and providing the case management services.
And Kathy is the CSA case manager, Kathy Rodriguez. Kathy Rodriguez. Yes,
Thank you,
and
Tom.
in fact, she's out there right now, probably.
I bet she is.
But to answer your question about public transit, CSA does obtain VTA bus passes. We have to pay VTA for them, but that's a whole other issue. We are able to provide those for either free or no cost to our clients that are homeless. And so we do offer those transit passes. But I got the impression your question was more about access to transit near the lots.
Yes.
Yeah, and that I can't comment on. That's really a question for VTA or city staff, perhaps.
Does our community shuttle go by any of these lots?
At a staff level, I don't know if the community shuttle does go by. I think it may go near the VTA lot, but that is certainly something that we could map. All that we've mapped so far, we know where the bus lines are through the basic bus maps, but we don't know. I don't know about the shuttle. I can't respond to that. But we certainly could get that information.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out, I want to maximize housing on our lots and minimize commuter cars. And if we can get public transit so that they can have a lot somewhere that we're providing the service that our intent was. We weren't intended to be a parking lot for commuters. And so I want to maximize that. The other question I had, and I think you answered it, Amber, about the verifying, that you do verify jobs. And the reason I ask this question is because there is a demand and we have criteria, and I just want to make sure, and you say some people get through, but I was glad to hear that you do verify that type of information. People on the wait list, the vehicles, how do you keep in contact with somebody on a wait list that's homeless? Do you have a phone for them, or how does that work?
In that process, because that sort of falls on my desk more. If you don't mind, Amber, is that okay?
Yes, please. Yes, go ahead.
We keep, we don't have tons and tons of people waiting. Let's be clear. And it's easy for us to go through that list from time to time, and either we do and or the caseworker regularly gets back in touch to see if they still need the space, if they still need to be waiting. And the clients themselves regularly check in with us. So we're in pretty constant communication. I feel like I'd like to jump in a little bit on the commuter vehicle thing for just a second, if you'll permit. One of the purposes of safe parking is to prevent people from finally sliding out of not only their home and their job, but maybe their vehicle onto the street. And it's one of those low-hanging fruit kind of projects. If we can turn somebody around from living in an RV back into work, it's 10 times easier than turning somebody around from the street back into the work. And so that's been the whole housing first thrust. Someone who has an RV and is still functioning at a high level of transportation, getting their kids to the school, making doctor's appointments, going to work, is a very, very good candidate for all the social skills, all the personal skills that are needed to be rehoused. I don't want to paint a bleak picture, but someone who is on the street and an RV is all they've got may not be the one who's driving off to work every day. They may be camping. And so I just want to add that extra kind of flavor to the thing, that the presence of the commuter car is a sign that this is somebody who's really at the cusp of being able to be as quickly as possible diverted back into permanent housing. So there's a lot of ways to nuance the presence of the commuter car. I just wanted to throw that part into the mix as well.
No, I appreciate that perspective, because those are the ones that I would anticipate that their hope that you do help them move along a little bit. So with this vehicle, if we rearranged, and Kimberly, you stated, I think in one of the reports, I hope that there are no commuter cars on any of our lots.
You mean commuter cars currently on our lots?
Correct.
Actually, that's not a true statement. I didn't say that in the notes or in the report. What we have is the temporary modifications. We've made a required modification for an adjacent commuter vehicle, 2 of them, to match both ADA spots. So we've done that for both the city lots. Then what we've also done is we have added in the 15 at Dog Park, which is not within the lot existing border. And then we've added in the 15 on VTA. So we've done that already because we needed to, based upon emergency response, and we are asking to continue that to maintain that level of service.
Okay.
If I may speak, the Shoreline lot does not have commuter cars on the parking and
correct
itself. It's on a dog park, which is adjacent.
It's adjacent.
Walking
yes,
distance. The VTA lot has the commuter cars on the lot.
On the lot.
But was not designated for RV parking, the area that's being used.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to ask the question because I would like to get those people that are on a wait list in a safe place versus having a car parked there, and that's what I was trying to go for.
Well, and that's the balance in terms of the staff recommendation, is trying to get some sense of a balance to bring on more lived-in vehicle, but also provide at least that minimum of the assistance to the folks who currently have commuter vehicles.
So when you say assistance, meaning allow them a parking space?
Correct.
On the lots?
On the lots for VTA and adjacent for shoreline.
Okay. Okay.
One of the reasons that, one of the things that we've seen, if you don't mind, if I could speak, is
I just want, we're getting a little long here, so I'm
almost done there, Mayor.
I'd like to just, kind of
yeah. Okay.
It's been about an hour, John.
So I've been that long? Okay. Well, then I will yield my time, as they say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and be quick and tactical. So I see in the attendees list Joanne Price from Life Moves, and just as a comparative, because Life Moves operates the other major safe parking sites in the county, I'm hoping, can we elevate her as a panelist just so I could ask some questions, just I think sort of in line with what other council members have talked about. Would that be possible?
Either Joanne or potentially Hillary could speak to it. And the Life Move lots are different than what is operating here in Mountain View, as they're passenger vehicle based mostly. But Joanne, I don't know if you can speak to that. You're here for home key, but if you wanted to join and offer any comment. Or Hillary.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Joanne.
Thank you very much. So just a couple of quick questions, I think, based on what we've heard. So can you share with us the ratio of caseworkers to safe parking participants for the lots that you control?
Yeah, we control 2 lots in San Jose, 24 parking spaces each for a total of 48. Our ratio is 1 case manager for every 15 clients. Those clients fluctuate on each and every night, because often they might go off, they might find a bed or sofa at a friend's house or at family, so that rate always fluctuates.
Right, well, those are overnight lots, not 24/7. Is that correct? They're overnight lots, not 24/7?
Yes, but if you're living out of a vehicle and you haven't managed to stretch your legs or had a shower and you just want a break from living in your vehicle, we see people disappear for a night or 2 and then they come back.
Okay, and then what is the success rate of the lots for transitioning people out of homelessness or into some other kind of housing?
Yeah, we're seeing a success rate of around 41% right now, and that's to transitional housing or permanent housing.
Okay, thank you. And then are those lots county funded or city funded?
They're city funded.
Okay.
And people regularly stay around 90 days, so 3 months.
90. Okay, that was you've anticipated my last question. So length of stay. So thank you very much. And in case that's helpful, just to give a sense of, and our program is newer than San Jose's, but if it's helpful just to give a comparative of what kinds of metrics we might want to use, I figured those might be helpful. Thank you very much.
And also, Joanne, you might want to share that your ratio of passenger vehicle to RV.
Yes.
And because you're limited on RV and dominant toward passenger.
Correct. I don't know that ratio off the top of my head.
But it's a different clientele, and it's a different process in terms of getting clientele housed from that situation versus a more challenging situation, oftentimes from an RV and a commuter vehicle that need to be managed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to jump in because I have some questions and I haven't had a chance to ask them. So I wanted to start out with, I think I read in the staff report, in regards to the HRC's work in trying to find more lots, what is the status there?
The HRC has been continuing over the last year to work on that initiative per the council's direction. Coming up shortly in that memo that I referenced that was a former study session, it's now a memorandum. We do have about a 2.5-page update from the HRC expressing what their experience has been over the last fiscal year. So that report will be coming to the council. Due to COVID and many constraints on staff, that got a little tied up at the end of the year when they had wanted to originally presented. What they've done is they have captured their entire fiscal year in their current report, and that effort on their behalf is ongoing. And I believe the work plan for the HRC that includes this item will be approved at, I think, the next council meeting.
So they have not found any new lots, however.
They have not, but what I can say and what they will share with you is their important contribution to sharing information with a variety of members in our community, taking the time because they spent hours with staff and we gave them like a 6-inch binder on safe parking. They went in depth and wanted to understand all the issues associated with safe parking. They've also helped staff immensely. They've shared information when we were launching our permitting process and are updating our webpage, gave us some great nuances and things to change in terms of that messaging to better reach the members of our community. So there are a variety of other things that they have contributed beyond simply looking at lots, although that is a core thing that they are doing on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you. And then I would just add, I know that this was passed on to my colleagues, but I asked the county supervisor Simitian's office as well, as you know, that he was engaging in a campaign to try to get more lots to sign up, and they have not had any success yet. I think they're working on one. I said a large property owner at this time, but nothing has come to fruition.
It's an ongoing effort.
Sure. So then I just wanted to make sure I got the numbers correct on the chart with all the cities and what each city is doing in terms of safe parking. So in particular, I was looking at the San Jose, and I know that came up earlier, but it looked like San Jose has 75 spaces on 5 lots. And it didn't have a breakdown of RVs versus cars. I just wanted to make sure that I got that number correct.
Hold on one second. I'll look that up for you. And then also I can probably have Hillary jump in because I think you may have that whole table, Hillary.
I was scrambling for the table myself.
Thank you. I'm trying to find it as well.
I think it's attachment 3.
And I will say that in the city of San Jose, there are multiple lots in addition to the lots operated by LifeMove. There's another community-based organization called Amigos de Guadalupe, and they receive funding from the county as well as some private donations, and they operate lots as well.
Okay. So if staff can interject and just say, question 9 for council members, if you're trying to find a quick additional summary of Santa Clara County. Hillary, we used your chart and we modified it slightly for the updated information on Mountain View. It is the answer to question 9. The full chart is embedded in there. And it breaks it down by passenger car and RV.
Okay. Yeah, I just looked at the attachment chart and it said 75 spaces on 5 lots. So I just wanted to make sure I got that correctly, just because from what it looks like with the new Alta housing space, we're now going to have 76 spaces. So we will now be the city with the biggest safe parking program in the county. Okay, I just want to make sure I got that correctly.
It's correct.
And then in light of that, I wanted to understand better what the $575,000 pays for. And it sounds like, is it correct that that funding goes to the county and then the county contracts with Move, Mountain View, and other agencies to provide the case management? Yes. What about, it mentioned like the restrooms and all of that. Is that part of the $575K, or is that in addition?
So a portion of that would be, and so there's basically, the core program is safe parking, and then community outreach with CSA, the case management function, and then permanent supportive housing. So those are the three core components of that total dollar figure, and 425 of that is something that the council has actually done on an ongoing basis, a budget basis for this fiscal year, and then we are asking for the new 150 to expand safe parking. So that's to execute the contracts with the county, and then they subcontract that to qualified providers. In Mountain View's case, that's Move Mountain View for safe parking, CSA for case management as it relates to being sited at the safe parking lot. That's the share position between the city and the county. And then permanent supportive housing, which is provided by Peninsula Healthcare Connections.
So we have permanent supportive housing spaces for our
we do.
Individuals. Okay.
Do you know it's approximately 20 a year, and it's captured in the chart that we showcased today.
Okay. Okay. And then, so is the reason why we go through the county for coordination purposes? I was just wondering, and oftentimes I've heard, having worked in the nonprofit world, that it's sometimes more cost effective to just contract with nonprofit providers. But what is the intent of going through the county?
I think really since we began the programs, we wanted to realize and be cognizant that many of these areas of homeless services are not innate to a city of our size. And so we did begin that partnership 4 years ago and have really built a strong relationship where we might have a gap in some of our knowledge. We're able to gather and share that from the county, and the county is always very responsive. And so that's something that we've looked at. We've also looked at it from the perspective of, on an ongoing basis, now that we've gotten so many of these programs up and running, that we want to lessen some of our staff commitment. City Manager Kimber McCarthy may have a comment on that, to ensure that we're providing additional services in terms of our staff capacity, really maximizing our resources.
All right, and then this might be for Ms. Barrega. I guess my real root question here, and I asked it, I sent an email, but I guess I'm trying to really understand. My understanding has always been homeless services is at the county level. We, as you know, we don't have a housing or a homeless department in the city. And I guess I was just a bit surprised that we're actually paying the county to provide the services. I thought the county gets funding to do these services. And I know your response was that you try to spread it out throughout the county, which is understandable. But in light of the fact that we now have the largest safe parking program in the county, are we getting frankly our fair share of that funding?
I think it's a little hard to speak to fair share, because a lot of the funding that the county has for homelessness has been in, for example, our emergency shelter funding, which would include what is being contributed toward safe parking. A lot of the funding investments that the county has made has been invested in keeping ongoing shelter services going as much as possible. And a lot of the shelters throughout the county were opened years ago, and many of them happen to concentrate in San Jose, for example. And so our philosophy toward investing additional dollars is, where can we ensure that we're achieving the widest geographic spread? And how do we continue to add beds throughout the county without losing beds? So I think that that's been one way that we've looked at these sorts of things. I think that the other thing is that we've really focused on the permanent solutions toward homelessness, and not only on managing how we serve people who are currently homeless. In particular, our partnerships that started, as Kimberly mentioned, 4 years ago with permanent supportive housing, so expanding our permanent supportive housing resources. The $125,000 that Mountain View invests in permanent supportive housing is leveraged by deep permanent subsidies for all of the clients who are case managed with the Mountain View investment. In addition, most of the county's new shelter resources and expansion before COVID were done in the North County. So working with the Trinity United Methodist Church on opening the Mountain View cold weather shelter, and then also opening the Sunnyvale shelter. And so that's added several new beds in the region. So I think it's hard to say fair share, because if I'm really honest, the county's opportunistic. If we see a project that could be opened and we can grab some land or some space and do something with it, we're going to do everything we can to do that. And I think that our partnership with Mountain View, and the reason that safe parking has been able to expand so much in Mountain View, is because you all have been willing to invest in the problem that exists in your city, and the county wants to be supportive. And while the county would certainly continue our investments in safe parking programs, what the Mountain View investment really allows the program to do is provide enhanced case management services and a better result. Otherwise, the county's investment would pay for the very basics: a place to sleep, lot monitors, toilets, and that's about it. And probably not at the same level on all the lots as exists now. So I'm not sure if that's wholly responsive to your question, or if there's anything else I can clarify.
Yes, I guess I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, not every city, or only half the cities in the county have a safe parking program. So I think it's fair to say that Mountain View may be shouldering a larger portion than the other cities. Are those other cities providing funding to the county to run these programs, or are we pretty much on our own doing it as a city? But I guess I'm looking for, where's the contribution from the other communities in this county?
Sure. So the city of Morgan Hill, for example, is funding their lot independent of any county contribution. The city of San Jose contributes to safe parking operations in their city. Those are the big active ones now. There are a few rotating safe car parks that are really managed and run by the faith organizations and other community organizations that are sponsoring them. And only recently did the county contribute case management funding to those sites, because we know that case management is one of the big factors in getting people permanently housed, which is our ultimate goal. The other thing that I would say is that the county has formed an unhoused task force focused on the issues of emergency sheltering and how to expand any type of temporary housing and emergency housing options for homeless folks. And I could look it up in a second, but I believe that Mountain View has a representative on that task force. And I would encourage that person to say to the other cities, we're doing our share. Will you please also?
Yes, I believe that's Councilman Ramirez on the task force. So, yeah. All right, I'll
see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. I'm going to leave my questions to that. Councilmember Matichek, did you have further questions?
I just have two clarifying questions. So following up on your questions, Mayor Abekoga, I was looking at the council questions that lists on page 2 and 3 the number of spaces in the different cities. And it looks to me like San Jose has more than maybe that we were talking about here, because there's 3 lots listed on page 2 and then 2 more lots listed on page 3. And I'm not sure the up to 4 considered, if that takes away from the 24 that are listed, but I come up with 83 spaces in San Jose.
Yeah, I was just looking at attachment 2 to the report that has the chart, and it says in box 3, lots capacity, 5 car lots with 75 cars. And I was trying to look for more, but I wasn't, yeah, that's all I saw. So.
In the council questions, it said that STEP didn't have, it sounded like attachment 2 was preliminary data, and the council questions was more detailed data, and that there are more spaces than are shown in attachment 2. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was updated.
It is 83.
Okay.
And it is 83 plus a couple times a year a rotation into sites in San Jose from the rotating shelters. Mm-hmm. And for the sites where it says 4 considered, it is of the 24 total spots, 4 could be RVs.
Okay. And then we were also talking about waiting lists a little bit earlier, and I think I heard for passenger vehicles in Mountain View, we'll only talk about Mountain View now, that the waiting list has varied over time, but there was about 5 at the moment. Is that what I heard?
Actually, I don't have the data sheet in front of me of the number, but Amber or Michael can mention how many they currently have. We do have that information coming to you in the fiscal year-end reporting. That'll be part of the memo. It'll show their waiting list as of that date, but I do not have that as a part of my packet in front of me. Michael, did you want to mention how many are on the wait list?
Yeah, it's correct. It lately has been fluctuating between 4 and 6. And typically and historically, it's been the lesser percentage of the inquiries we get. We get many more RV inquiries than we do for the cars.
We have a waiting list for RVs, and how many are on that?
We currently have 4 on the RV waiting list.
Okay.
So we anticipate taking those into the Terabella lot quickly when that opens up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from council members? If not, I will open this up for public comment. If you are in the attendee box and would like to speak, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And we'll do 2 minutes. We'll start with the first phone number. It ends in 454. Please unmute yourself and you can begin. See if I there you go. You should be on.
Hi, my name is Jan Stevens, and I'm a Mountain View vehicle resident, and I would like to join with Councilman Ramirez in thanking all of you guys for being here. You must be one of the essential workers, and seriously, you guys have done a lot of work, including Kimberly. I thank you guys. A big change has happened in the last year. Number one, not only has the safe parking become ample with a lot of people, but the time differential, the requirements to be there from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., whatever that was, has changed, which is a big reason why safe parking was successful in this time and age. I would like to talk about the other vehicles, the commuter parking that is a problem. I would definitely be in a safe parking lot right now if I could, but the commuter parking that is so distant and so far from the RV, it makes it almost impossible when you're not having a good day. It's really, I know you guys are addressing it, and what I didn't say was I have not had the opportunity of meeting Joanne and Home Key Project and Home Mountain View, and I thank you guys all for everything that you've done. It's really made a big difference. Mountain View has an opportunity at this point to not only be the citywide leader, but the statewide, if not bigger, leader in this problem. The people that are living in RVs and cars are not here because they want to be here. You and all your family members are a minute, or maybe in this COVID era, a month from living on the street. This situation is going to get much worse before it gets better. I think we need to address not only what we need in the safe parking lots, but what's going to happen in about 3 to 6 months. So I'm going to go through these really quick. Safe parking needs on the second vehicle, the commuter vehicle close by. The porta potties are getting cleaned twice a week. They need a lot more personal people there. People that are residing in that are cleaning it themselves. It would cost nothing to do a dumping or freshwater truck through the process.
I'm going to have to, your time is up, so I need to go to the next speaker, so thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We'll go to Tim McKenzie.
Hi, thanks. Tim McKenzie. I'm a Mountain View resident for 5 years, live in the Montaloma neighborhood. There's a lot of dehumanization and hostility from the council towards people that are using this service. Thank you, staff, for all the work you've done on this. I'm sorry it's had to be 15 reports. It seems like councils are really dragging feet. It seems like a no-brainer to follow through on this. We're helping people. People want to be helped. There's not just imaginary people coming to take advantage and then just say, no, we're not going to leave. It feels a little bit ridiculous. I hope that you will take the recommendations of staff. Thank you for all your hard work, city staff, that you've done on this. I yield my time.
All right, we'll go to Albert Jeans. Please unmute yourself. Oh, you should be on, Mr. Jeans.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just had a couple of things. I was reading the staff report, and I was wondering, since we're worried about, or we'd like to see good outcomes, I was surprised to see that 11 people left the safe parking lot with no, it said other or unknown reasons. And I was just wondering if staff could elaborate on all of that. The other thing I wanted to do was just contribute some information about the Shoreline parking lot and the commuter vehicle parking there, because I go there 3 times a week to walk my dog at the dog park. And when the lots first opened, there are typically about 6 or 7 cars in the dog park parking lot. And I saw people also park on Amphitheater Parkway. Shortly after that, COVID started, and so the construction shut down. And then, I was wondering, how come there's all these cars on Amphitheater? And yeah, they were probably all associated with the parking lot. Recently, for some reason, I've seen very few cars in the dog park parking lot. Maybe it's because police are enforcing the nighttime only parking. But on the other hand, construction is going full blast at Charleston East, and I don't think there's too many parking spaces left for, people that at least, leave and then try to come back and park there. And to support that, on Labor Day when I went there, and there's no construction going on, I only saw about 2 or 3 cars parked in the Amphitheater Parkway. And yet there was still only 1 or 2 cars at the dog park. So I kind of wonder where all these commuter cars went, but there's certainly a lot. And I can certainly understand that people need these cars to get to their jobs. And Amphitheater Parkway, as the previous speaker said, is quite a hike. I just measured it on Google Maps. It's a good half mile. So that could be taxing. I've seen people, dragging their little kids all the way there to get to their cars. So yeah, something I think needs to be done about the commuter cars, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Charlotte Quinn. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Hi, I'm a Mountain View resident. I just want to say I'm really horrified by city council members trying to limit people's time in lots. You guys have been dehumanizing my neighbors here, and how you've been speaking about them, making up that there are just so many people who don't want any help at all, and just being so much more concerned about not working harder than anyone else, than any other city, than the county on this. It's seriously horrifying, especially considering how critical shelter is during a pandemic, especially considering how many more people than ever on the brink of losing their homes because of this council's failures to put renters' needs ahead of landlords' business ventures, especially considering the repeated attempts to kick RV dwellers out of the city that they live in and that they deserve to live in. Please listen to the people who live there. They need to have a space for their cars nearby. They need to have shade. They need to have their restrooms cleaned frequently. There's nothing more important for you guys to be doing. I seriously don't understand your function if this is not a priority, if you can possibly speak about not wanting to do more than San Jose, as if a bar that's set low is good enough and you don't want to do any more. What are you worried about? Looking good? What are you worried about? Going to heaven? What are you worried about? doing something right. It's really horrifying. Like, please, you guys need to cleaning these restrooms, need to have spaces for cars nearby, need to have shade, and need to be expanding this. Like, it would be a good problem to have empty spaces. It would be a good problem to have that. Wow, we pumped more money into this than we needed. That would be a good problem to have caseworkers have light loads and be able to really help the people that they want to help. It's really horrifying. I'm really disgusted, honestly.
All right, anyone else in the attendee box who'd like to make a comment? I don't see any more blue hands, so I'll bring it back to council for discussion and deliberation. How do you feel? Would council like to take a break before we get into this, or would you like to finish this out before we break? Yes, Councilor Ramirez.
I'm fine either way. If everyone would like to take a short break, I'm cool with that. All power.
We've been going for over 3 hours, so why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back at about 10:10. Thank you. We will now go into deliberation in possible motion. Councilmember Ramirez, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'll do my best to be quick. So first, I think in response to some of the public comments, safe parking has come a long way over the years, and for whatever it's worth, I'm deeply impressed with the progress that we've made just this year alone. Going from very few safe parking spaces on a couple of church lots to a significant number, including safe parking available for RVs, moving from an overnight program to a 24/7 program in response to the pandemic, and now potentially expanding the program. I think we've made a great deal of progress. And while there's no perfect program, I think, as several have pointed out, compared to what many cities in the county have done, we're really stepping up. And it's not a panacea. It's not going to solve every challenge that we have here in the city, but I think it's certainly a great start. And I'm very proud with the progress that we've made, and very impressed with the work that staff has done to make it as successful as it has been, and also our partners in CSA and Move Mountain View. So thank you all. Just very quickly, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation. I think these are generally reasonable improvements. I think an extension is necessary, particularly as I think the last speaker pointed out, or one of the speakers, things are going to get worse, I think, before they get better. And we'll have to be prepared for the potential increase in homelessness if the economic impact of the pandemic lasts longer than what we're predicting, and if we don't have a substantial increase in assistance from the state and federal governments. And unfortunately, I think if that doesn't materialize, we should fully anticipate an increase in homelessness. So I think this program, can help address or mitigate some of those concerns. I want to respond quickly to some of the questions that Councilmember McAllister had asked. I've been struggling with this myself about how much of each type of vehicle we should add or incorporate into the program. I can make a compelling case for any of the options. I think for commuter parking, I understand that we're not necessarily increasing the number of people who are served by the program, who will be able to exit the program hopefully successfully. But I think of it a couple of ways. We generally expect a given use to be fully parked. And I think we should treat this use just like any other, right? I know there are a variety of opinions about parking, among the council here, but, to have a safe parking program where we know that there are a number of people who have an auxiliary vehicle, to get to work or to, go shopping or take, kids to school. I think it's probably sensible to include some amount of on-site parking to address that need. Otherwise, we'll have, as we're seeing and hearing from the business community, along the Evelyn lot, there are some impacts. So having some auxiliary parking spaces on site, I think is prudent. But then again, the balance is that means we're losing space that would otherwise go to help folks who are inhabiting vehicles. My proposed solution to that would be, let's have Move Mountain View, a safe parking operator, figure it out. I don't feel really prepared to dictate the terms of, the ratio or the number of vehicles. I think that's going to change over time as the participants change and as we learn more about the program. The other component of this too is if you don't provide convenient parking, especially for the folks who are living in RVs and have an auxiliary vehicle, you might discourage participation, right? So if you have to walk, whatever it is, I think Albert told us the number, right? If you have to walk a fair distance to the dog park to get to your commuter vehicle, you may just decide, why not stay on Crisanto? Why not stay on Continental Circle? Because I can park my vehicle right next door, and there's very little compelling reason to participate. So I think for that reason, also to make the program more attractive, some amount of parking on site would be helpful. If there were a change I would make to the staff recommendation, it would be to direct staff to work with Move Mountain View and figure out what the right combination of vehicles is, what the right site layout might be to accommodate that configuration, rather than have to go to council each time we want to make a change in which vehicles are allowed to park on which part of the site. But if that's something that a majority of the council isn't comfortable with, then my strong preference will be just to proceed with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Ramirez, I don't feel like we had an opportunity to talk about the staff recommendation for number 7. Were you including that in your motion?
Well, I haven't made a motion because I know that there might be a lot of different opinions here. But to answer the question, my preference also would be to make that commitment, only because I think as Kimberly had pointed out, it looks like we're actually closer to success, with the application, and some amount of city commitment to help, leverage outside funding would be valuable. And just with the limited general fund revenue that we have, I felt like this is a sensible, source that we can turn to hopefully, as the mayor has pointed out, leverage county funds and maybe outside funding if that's available too. So yes, I would support that recommendation as well.
Okay, so I would echo everything you said about it's great that we have come so far. I know from some people's perspective, this has taken us a long time. I think it's a very complex issue, and I appreciate staff really digging into this and working so hard to get us, as far as we've come. So I really appreciate that. I am concerned about the number of commuter vehicles, especially at the Evelyn lot, because it is having an impact on the businesses there. And, we're at a time when we're trying to help our small businesses recover from the pandemic, or be able to operate during the pandemic. And, their customers try to park on Pioneer, and they have a tough time doing that because there are so many commuter vehicles there. And we heard that there were only 4 to 6 passenger cars that were on the waiting list for spaces, and for RVs. So I'm not convinced we need 21 new parking spaces at the Evelyn lot for passenger vehicle living. So, I could support allowing staff and the operators to figure this out, as long as we provide a direction to say, the goal is to not have a negative impact on the businesses around the Evelyn lot. And it might be that the number of parking spaces for commuters changes over time, depending upon the situation of the folks living in the oversized vehicles. So I'm comfortable leaving it up to staff as long as they knew kind of what our objectives were. I'm prepared to make a motion, but I would like to take item 7 separately and have a little bit more of a conversation about that. I am okay with the city contributing to this effort, but I'm concerned, like I was the last time we talked about the allocation of the community benefits from the landings project. 1, we don't really know the timing of it. And 2, I do believe that community benefits should go to the neighborhood, the area around which they are generated. And there are a lot of projects that are needed in North Bay Shore to transform that area. And I would rather see the 2.4 million go to the North Bay Shore area than this project. And I'm hoping we can find money from other buckets, so to speak, CDBG, home, if there's any affordable housing DMR fees that we generate over the next few years, because this money would not be available anyway for several years. You know, maybe we can find money from other sources, and I'd look to staff to let us know what other sources we could find. So I'll make a motion, and I'm just going to do items 1 through 6. And on the Evelyn parking lot, instead of the staff recommendation, I would say that staff and Move Mountain View would work together and determine what is the optimal number, and it could change over time depending upon the folks who are living in that lot.
And Councilmember Matichak, you would just need to read the title of the resolution just for item number 1. Just for item number 1.
Yes, thank you. So adopt a resolution to temporarily authorize safe parking operations 24 hours a day in response to the COVID-19 emergency, to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the council report.
So items 1 through 6. Great. Is there a second on the motion?
Second. No, 2 seconds.
I'll take Councilmember McAllister second, and then Councilmember Hicks. Did you have comments?
No, I was just going to second, and I was going to say I like the direction of having staff and staff figure out it not having to come back to council every time for the parking configuration, and Councilmember Matichak's comments about being a good neighbor to the businesses around. I think that that's an important component of making the safe lots successful.
Great. And Councilmember McAllister, did you have comments?
Yes, please. And I will keep them shorter than my questions. So, staff, thank you. Kimberly, we've been working on this since 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I just let the public know that we have been working on this since 2015. And yes, it's painstakingly slow, and it is complicated in trying to get all the pieces and the funding. But to come here and say that we're not trying hard is misinformed, because we have been working very hard on this, and Kimberly specifically has been working the lion's share of all this, and a lot of this wouldn't have gotten this far without her efforts, so thank you. After hearing everybody speak, I'm still harping back to my vision of what we were doing with this safe parking and the ability to get caseworkers to help people to get the right information, the guidance, the money if they need it to move forward. And so I see in basically most of the recommendations for money, there's the word caseworker in there, and I think that is so important. COVID-19 will end, hopefully, or regardless, that I've always said this was not a sustainable lifestyle, but right now this is what we need to do. It's our responsibility as a city. But I do agree with the mayor that the county is historically responsible for homelessness, and we are doing a great amount of effort to do that. Going forward, I am concerned, and I think the vice mayor mentioned communication, and so Kimberly and staff, I'm asking you to make sure that between CSA and Move Mountain View and the caseworkers are working together, and that they're following our prescribed guidelines that we have discussed in, to your words, 15 prior reports, which you know better than anybody, that we do not want to turn this into a de facto RV park. We're there for a purpose to protect, shelter these people, and help them get a better quality of life. And I just sensed that there was some again, everything's a little topsy-turvy, and people are things are settling down with the lots going, and I understand that. And I think going forward, we need that sense of general purpose for everybody, that we're on the same page so that we can help people get a better, as they say, quality of life and something that's sustainable over time. Because living in an RV is tough. I don't know because I don't live in one, but it's got to be a tough life. So I will be supportive of everything, but I do hope that staff works together. I do think number 7, we should have a different little discussion with, because I'm a big, well, if you haven't figured it out, I like to put as much money to rapid rehousing as possible. And so when we get to that item, we'll discuss it. But thank you for the staff. Thank you for the support. Thank you for Mountain View. Thank you for the faith-based people that started way back in 2015 meeting to get this thing going. And hopefully it ends well for everybody. So that's my...
And I think he's frozen. So, Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I tried to do my things a little bit earlier, but I think patience and perseverance, as I was mentioning prior, it pays off. And I really think that we should all be proud of how far we've come, particularly in the amount of lots. I'm just remembering early in 2019 when we actually hadn't had Shoreline as a lot, and now we do, right? And so I'm just so grateful to staff and all of our partners for not only moving forward with our safe parking program, but being able to work with various members of our community to increase the amount of lots. So I am comfortable with the motion that Councilmember Matichak has put forward. Initially, I was similar to Councilmember Ramirez in that I was comfortable with the entire staff recommendation, but also open to having the discussion on item number 7. And really would be interested to hear what other innovative ways staff might recommend being able to support Project Home Key, because I really do think that that's an important kind of piece of the puzzle in terms of being able to provide pathways to rehousing. And so I just want to make sure that we're supportive of that, and that if we're not funding it through the landings allocation, that we will be able to find some sort of funding, not only stable funding, but also, I would assume, quickly. And so I just wanted to put that out there. There were some points within the staff report that I do want to highlight that I think are really important, and just want to comment on those. One is the exit data. I know that we don't have any kind of existing metrics to kind of measure how we're doing, and so any type of exit data I think is going to be really critical as we continue with our safe parking program, particularly what we're voting on tonight, which is extending the leases. So I think as much as we can, making sure that staff continues to get that information. I really also appreciated the self-identified data in terms of how people identify racially, culturally. I think that having people speak for themselves when it comes to that kind of data is really important. And so I'm happy to hear about that, and would encourage staff to continue down that path. And then, yes, to talk about what I mentioned before, the communication processes. It sounds like perhaps the county is the, in her words, a conduit for communication. And I think tonight brought up a couple different ways in which perhaps the county can do more of that, particularly with our small business properties and kind of the neighboring adjacent areas, and just would really like to see more of that happen. And then to circle back to the item that Councilmember Ramirez first brought up, and I think a couple other council members have touched on as well, I am comfortable with staff having the discretion of the kind of configuration of the lots. I think we are working not only with the county and the various nonprofit agencies, because they are the experts in terms of what works. For myself, what's most important is providing opportunities for homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing. And so anything we can do to help get people into that via our safe parking lots is something that I completely support, and I trust staff. That one's for John. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? I just wanted to add a few comments. So first of all, again, I just want to thank staff for all of the hard work for over many years on this issue. And I do agree with my colleagues that we have come a long way. And frankly, I think we've done it in a very short time, the last year or two. There was a lot initially of, I think, just not a lot of decision making, frankly. And so we had to make those decisions more quickly in the last couple of years. And I think that the program is doing well. I'm very pleased with it. And my intent had been to support staff recommendation. I do like the revision to allow move the operator to figure out what's best in terms of capacity and how the spaces are used best. I just want to respond in terms of my line of questioning. It's a constant issue that comes up, I think, for us as a community. I am very proud of what Mountain View does, and as in our leadership and so many issues, especially around housing and even on this issue. And as much as we can do, I am fully supportive of it. But on the other hand, I also believe that our job is to be fiscally responsible, and we always have to keep our eye on our city finances. And that is why I ask the questions I ask. As long as, again, if we can do it, great. But we are in times, and I bring this up often, we've had good times, but we're now going into more challenging times in terms of the recession. And so I just want us to be very mindful of what our limited resources are. In a perfect world, if we had unlimited resources, I would want to help everyone. I think most of us feel that way. But that's the challenge that we are facing and we're going to be facing. And, as much as, and I know that we do this, and I trust Councilmember Ramirez on the task force will bring this up. I totally, I'm proud to be a leader, proud to set the example, but I just get disappointed when I don't see followers from our neighboring communities. And that's my real frustration here. And frankly, it's just maybe a learning curve for me. I fully expected that the county was, in charge of homeless services. And so I just question why we were putting city resources into that issue. And as much as I know that normally it's by numbers where the funding goes, and it's traditionally, I think it's fair to say it's gone to San Jose and to the south. But in this situation, if you look at this program, we are doing much more, and maybe we're whatever seven spaces less than San Jose, but San Jose is 10 times larger than us. And that's all I'm asking, is that we get the resources that we need, and frankly, I think deserve to have to be able to run these programs successfully. So that's really that was my intent with the questions I've had, and I hope that Councilmember Ramirez, you can advocate for us when you participate in the county task force. So with that, if there are no other comments, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote, please. And this is for item 1 through 6 with the modification on this commuter spaces.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, just related to this question for staff, is there a way, so obviously Home Key is, the Project Home Key application, everything is moving very quickly, and that's very exciting, and I know that we want to make sure that we are allocating the funding we need to maximize that program and get any matches that we can. But given the timeline of the need for that funding, is there a way for us to say, commit the 2.4 tonight from the community benefit that funding from landings that we have, but if later on we find we're able to identify funds that maybe are a little bit more restrictive, whether they're CDBG or affordable housing funds or something that we can slot in and therefore free up some of that community benefit money. Is that something that we can do, or are we just completely locked in once we commit the community benefit funding tonight? I'm just wondering if we can make the statement that we'll do the 2.4 from the community benefit funds if we absolutely need to, and there's no other option when we get to actually needing to expend those funds. But if maybe if we identify additional funding sources or better funding sources for this down the road, we could sort of free up some of these funds later.
Councilmember Clark, thank you, Mayor, if I may jump in and answer that. Yes, that is an option for the future. So I know that currently right now staff is working on identifying many other potential funding sources, including those sources we may be able to leverage with this intention should council go that direction tonight. So I think if council wants to at least dedicate this funding and then give the direction for staff to look at other potential sources, that's absolutely doable. And that way we can actually figure out if this doesn't come to fruition, there are other avenues that we can pursue to plug in for that 2.4 million. But I think CARES Act funding is also a potential. We'll see what happens with that. If there's another round of funding there, certainly we can look at home funding, CDBG funding in the future. Perhaps potential general non-operating fund funding. We'll see what happens with that. But I think over the course of the next few years, we'll have more indication of other sources.
Yeah. So given that information, that my preference would just be to commit, say that we're willing to commit up to 2.4 million of the landing community benefit for this, and if we are unable to find any other sources for these better sources for these funds later on. That way we've made the commitment, and it increases our chances of succeeding here, especially with the matches, rather than trying to sort it out tonight. So that gives us the indication that we need moving forward, or the public indication that we're willing to commit 2.4 from the landing community benefit if that's what it takes at the end of all this. But we're fairly confident that we'll find other sources, and just direct staff to continue looking for other sources to fill that, to replace that community benefit fund, so that we can use those community benefit funds for other things, as Councilmember Matichak said, for us in the North Bay Shore area.
And a motion, Councilmember Clark.
Yes, I'll go ahead and move that. I see others in the queue, but if there are friendly amendments, I'm happy to entertain them. So.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I just had a question. Do we have to specify where the funding is coming from? Can we just say the city is committed to 2.4 million? Up to 2.4 million?
Councilmember Matichak, so I believe there's no requirement that we specify exactly the source of this funding, but the intention is what is important right now, and that was a source that we knew that was already put forward. So it was something that staff could point to signal to the state housing department that the city had the commitment to do that. And so it just so happened that the timing was today that we got word that it was approved. But I do think there is the potential to use other sources, not that we had to identify that particular source.
Okay. So I'm very supportive of the project. I think it's a great one. I don't want people to think I'm not supportive of it. It adds another dimension to what we're doing to try to address homelessness. And it's a very creative, I think, approach. I just, again, had the concern about using community benefits funds for this when I think they should be used elsewhere. But if staff is committed to looking for other sources, then I'll support the motion, but I'm not seconding it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and second it so we can continue discussion. So Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just about to, but I did want to ask no, that's fine. I wanted to ask a quick question of Joanne Price, if she's still here, because I know she's here for this item. And regarding sort of, I guess, the certainty of the funding. So I'm pretty comfortable with your motion, Councilmember Clark. I think the one thing I would want to have some assurance of is, if we're saying, committing this funding, but we may end up drawing from other sources elsewhere, does that have any impact on the, I guess on our ability to make a compelling case to the state that we're the most competitive. In other words, does it make a difference if we're saying $2.4 million from the community benefit obligation as opposed to we're committing $2.4 million? We haven't really made a determination on that source of funding yet. Does that make sense, Joanne?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer this. It gives certainty. If we can commit, or if the city can commit the 2.4 today, and in the then going forward find other sources to replace that, that's fine. But it's good for the city to demonstrate where that funding is coming from. And if there is this bucket of money that, remember, this is for the next 5 years. It doesn't have to be at day one. Remember, we have the 50% commitment from the state for years 1 and 2, and that's 1.2 million in year 1 and another 1.2 million in year 2. So you don't have to find that 2.4 million today. You just commit to it, and you commit to it in writing. And so if it's coming from this particular fund, I think that's good to say. But then if you find other sources, and we think there's more CDBG funding coming down the road pretty soon, then you could switch that out. But we need to bolster our application, and this is part of it, committing to the funding and where it will be coming from. So if we can assure the state that we have it from day one, we have a means of securing it, I think that would be preferable. But meanwhile, still look for other sources. We should do that. Does that answer your question?
I'll be supporting the motion given that clarification. Thank you.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, so in the staff council questions, there was the community benefit broken down and said homeless initiatives at $2.5 million. What was the thought at the time that we made that allocation to homeless initiatives? What was staff thinking at that time?
Councilmember McAllister, I can take a stab at that, and if our community development director would fill in any blanks I have. So this community benefit came from Google, and they had originally identified what they had called a vulnerable or disadvantaged communities pot of funding, but it really was intended to go towards any of the homeless initiatives that the city identified. So that's where that came from. So I'm not sure if our community development director has any other insight into that, as I know her staff spoke with Google about the community benefits package.
That is the funding was put together by Google, and I believe they talked to various community members and council members before making that, putting together the entire package. And they were open to converting that to homeless initiatives.
Okay, so there was nothing specific that they were saying that they wanted the money to go to. It was just the city, you deal with homelessness. Okay, so why? Okay,
yeah.
Okay, so why is one's 2.5 million and one's 2.4 million? Is the 100 going somewhere?
Councilmember McAllister, the 2.4 million is what is needed. So it's 1.2 million a year to operate the program. So essentially there's 100,000 left over from what the allocation was.
Okay. I was concerned when this came up when we voted on it last time, and I said go for the thing. And I'm still concerned about spending money or allocating money we may not see, or when or if it comes in. And so I'd rather, and I also have concerns about the whole Mount View, the home key program, if it's really the best sense of using our money versus if we use that money to go for the caseworkers and help people do more rapid rehousing and something that's more permanent. I'm looking to try to take our money and parlay it as for more permanent solutions, where the home key deal is just, we're going to build some apartments, or we're going to place some trailers on a lot and then say, okay, we're going to move you from there. And I still have concerns about it, and I'd rather see something more substantial with our money and more definitive than putting it into the home key. Could be a great program, but right now to me there's too many ifs on that, so I may not support the motion.
I'm just going to jump in to help try to answer Councilmember McAllister's question, where did the money come from? I would actually say it came partially from you and asking Google to use the Gold's Gym lot for safe parking, and then I followed up after that asking them if they would open up Gold's Gym for a homeless shelter, and their response, I remember, was no, we can't do that, but how about if we give some funding towards homeless services? So you are part of the solution here, is how I look at it. So, and I'll go to Councilmember Hickson.
Councilmember McAllister, I thought you would be supporting this motion. This is buying manufactured housing that the city will own. It's what you've always wanted. We will own these housing units. And I don't know if you've looked at them. They're actually beautiful. They're like an ADU. If I had a backyard to put an ADU in, I would be putting one of these. They're pretty nice units. And I think it's something we can work with over time. I don't even know whether they can be moved to another underused lot at some other point. I don't know. I think it's a great project that we can work with and evolve over time. So I know you just said you won't be supporting the motion. I will be, and I'm hoping you'll change your mind.
And I would add to that too, my understanding is that we would, I believe the city will have the parcel to then be able to build a permanent affordable housing project on down the road. So I think for that, I've been wanting to do a modular project for a very long time, since they started talking about it. And so I'm really excited for the opportunity to have a pilot program in doing that. But this is, home key funding. It's very specific as to how the funding can be used. I think we should take the opportunity to utilize it. And I totally understand. I think we need to commit to the 2.4 to shore up our application. So I think it's fine to look for other funding elsewhere, but if we need to identify it right now, then I'm comfortable using this funding in light of also where the funding, the community benefit from Google, why they put the funding into homeless services. So with that, Councilmember McAllister, yeah, last.
I just want, so Councilmember Hicks' concern, I am supportive of buying apartment complexes that we preserve them. And that's, that's my goal, is to try to preserve existing affordable housing. And that would be a great way to use that money. Thank you for pointing out that sometimes we work together and we make funds and we encourage people to put the money the right way. You know, it's a project. It's something new. I shouldn't be hypocritical and say, hey, we shouldn't try something new when I've been advocating for everything. Try something new and move forward. So.
All right, I don't see any more hands. So with that, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Mayor, if I may, can I just confirm the motion with the maker?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, could you just confirm that your motion is item 7 with direction to staff to look at potential funding sources? And is that up to 2.4 million or the 2.4 million that's listed in the recommendation?
My motion is the staff recommendation number 7 with the addition of your direction to staff to try to identify other sources for this funding so that we can, that may not be as flexible as the community benefit funds, so that, you know, if new funds are identified before we need to actually spend them, that we can free up some of that more flexible community benefit funding.
Thank you very much.
And I seconded that.
Yes, thank you.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
A cautiously optimistic yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
So motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much. So we will now go into our study session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I believe you need a motion.
Yes. Is there a motion to continue past the 10 o'clock?
So moved.
I'll second that. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
No.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Motion carried 6-1, no abstentions. But in light of the hour, and this is a study session, I was trying to pull up the council report. I don't know if there were any actual questions that the council had to respond to. So I was hoping we could maybe shorten the presentation, or I don't know how other council members feel dispensing of it and just going straight to questions. Does that sound reasonable? Yes. Yes. I think I saw four thumbs up. So yes. So if we can move forward in that manner, are there any questions from council members on the study session item, which is 8.1 Planned Bay Area Regional Housing Needs Allocation? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. So I understand, I know that a lot of state law has changed over the years, including the components around the housing element, which I think will be probably the more challenging discussion we'll have later on. Can you give us an update on some of the changes related to the housing element that we should be mindful of when we're thinking about this?
Councilmember Ramirez, we're trying to familiarize ourselves with some of the recent changes, but I can give you our experience that we've had over the years with HCD. They have been more and more strict with looking at sites. As you know, being a built-up city, we do have to identify sites that are already developed with other uses. And if it's a mixed-use site or an industrial site, they won't count the entire site or the entire density over the entire site. They discount some of that. We also have to do research and then give them information on what density we typically build projects at, and it's further discounted if we're not building at 100%. That's since gone away, since a lot of our projects are coming in at 100%. So those are examples. And I know that we'll be working with the Planning Collaborative, and we're looking at hiring a housing element consultant early on to start identifying sites, even though the RENA process isn't expected to end until the end of next year. So we're happy to get that information and share it with the council once we have it.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. So a couple questions. On page 2 of the staff report, in the list of PBA focuses, it says shift the location of jobs. Do they have any detail on just how that might be accomplished?
They were actually looking at, I don't believe some of these have been implemented yet, but they were actually looking at disincentives for providing jobs. And examples were charging fees or a regional fee for office projects. So these were examples. I don't believe they've landed on anything specific at this time. I don't know, Martin, if you have any additional information. But those were examples of what they had discussed with us.
Okay. Let's see. I was wondering, let's see, on page 8 of the staff report, it lists the potential different methodologies that could be used. And there's 5 listed there, with the one that is being recommended, the middle one. But did we take a look at the other 5 methodologies to see what Mountain View's RENA number might look like under those other methodologies versus the one that's looks like it's going to be the recommended?
I know they had a tool that allowed people to play with the different baselines. And I remember we looked at 2019 households. We looked at the first 3, but the last 2, I don't remember if they had given us those as baselines to look at, but we could certainly go back and give you the information. But because the South Bay is expected to grow the most when you compare it with any other area in the Bay Area, using the future housing growth did elevate our numbers greatly, and we did express some concern, which is why they landed at the future year households, which is basically a balance between the 2019 and the growth. But we could go back and look at that. I don't remember looking at urbanized land area or existing jobs as the baseline.
Yeah, I'd be interested if those numbers are readily available and you didn't have to do any other work.
Yeah, we can go back and look at the tool and see if they still have information on that.
Okay. Let's see. And then, has anything changed in terms of the RENA numbers in terms of if you meet them or not? Are there any serious implications of not meeting your numbers?
You know, that did come up as an item to be added to the formula, but the HMC chose not to include that because they wanted to have a more forward-looking approach. However, there are various state laws, and this is one of the research pieces we will be doing to find out if there are any more teeth built into the laws. But I can give you an example. SB 35, for example, the percentage of projects, the percentage of affordable housing in projects, in order to meet or qualify for an SB 35 project, depends on the performance of that particular jurisdiction related to the housing element. So there are jurisdictions that required projects to have 50% affordable housing if they performed well. And then there were those that only required 10% in order to qualify for SB 35. So they're starting to emerge in other laws. I haven't seen anything recently with SB 330 or anything where that's an item, but I do know that having an adopted housing element is a feature we see very often in most of the new housing laws. Where yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't have any other questions. Did you want? I just have one comment. Did you want me to do that now, or is this just questions?
This was questions. I was going to open up for public comment, if you wouldn't mind holding that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions? Nope. All right, then I will open this up for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, if you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. Or if you're on the phone, please hit *9. I don't see any hands going up, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council for comments, and I'll go to you, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I found the letter from the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative to be spot on in terms of the concerns I have about this. I really appreciate a couple things in there. We don't have great public transportation, and so to allocate more housing to an area where there isn't great public transportation doesn't seem like that's the right thing to do. It's only going to make road congestion worse. And I believe the letter went on to say that the way the investment in public transportation is working, it's maintenance of existing infrastructure versus building new infrastructure, whereas we would need new infrastructure if we were going to add significant more housing. And we're already doing that by adding infrastructure in North Bayshore. But it felt like those have to go hand in hand. So I appreciate the letter pointing out that right now they're not. But I think, I don't think I could say it any better than the letter did. So I'll just say I wholeheartedly support what was in that letter. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
To my fellow council members, I just want to let you know that I'm looking at Artie and Martin. And I remember when I was on the planning commission, when I was an old man, way back when, they were there, we were doing the RENA numbers, and I tell you, between the two of them, they will steer you correctly on what you want to do and how to best optimize the appearance of doing what we need to do. So they are experts at their jobs, and you're in good hands as you guys go forward with this particular aspect of the housing element. That's it.
Great. Any other comments? I would just add the same. I think the letter is very accurate. And I guess it's more of a question, though. What's the likelihood of anything changing, I guess, is my question, in light of this process. And I feel that we've said these things time and time again, and I just don't see much change. But do you see any likelihood of them making any revisions?
To answer your question, no. We tried to connect with the technical staff and make the point that, for example, North Bayshore, I think they've used the entire PDA to locate housing, even though we did let them know that housing in North Bayshore is limited to certain areas, while the rest of it is employment related. But they look in a fairly cursory way at cities' PDAs and plans, but the assumption is that more growth than a community might have planned for could potentially be allocated to them. I do want to report back that since the report was written last Friday, the HMC did make straw motion to move forward a couple of options for their last meeting to review the formula, and that raised the numbers even more for Mountain View in the 11,000 to 11,300 range. We did make our point to say that that did represent about 33% growth within an 8-year period, which was a lot for communities to absorb. But the motion moved forward, and then we'll keep you updated on anything that happens at the last meeting on September 18th. After that, it's up to the ABAG Executive Board. And I know we've been in contact with our members, Councilmember Clark, and then Vice Mayor Kamei, and we'll keep them updated so they could maybe continue to reiterate our points.
And one other question, in terms of our numbers and what we can count, the 7,500 or so units in our pipeline, can we count those towards this new allocation number?
I believe they start looking at it within a certain period, and we can confirm it. Last time around, they allowed you to count housing units that started within the planning period. And I believe it starts in, I think it's a 2023 to 2031 planning period.
So if all of these are developed before then, they don't count?
Based on last time, no, we weren't allowed to count. And again, I don't know, Martin, if you remember from Mountain View. But
do we get credit or anything? It just seems like we allow them.
The frustrating part. The timeline shifts, right? Depending on when these projects come online. And if they're approved, then it's hard to count that site if it's not done within that planning period. And then if it's already, the permits are issued ahead of time, then it's hard to count it for implementation. So you're always crossing your fingers and hoping there are enough sites at any given planning period.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I generally agree with staff that the increase in household growth isn't realistic because we can't develop the needed infrastructure, and it's not just that we can't plan it. I don't think we have really the tax structure to fund a lot of the transportation and so forth that we would need. And it's difficult enough to figure out how to grow schools. One of the things I'm most interested in is the policy around, because we have the jobs housing linkage in the East Wisman Precise Plan, and maybe putting that into other precise plans, whether we would be able to convince HCD to accept more of those housing units. So maybe we've already in some ways identified more than they would think we have. I'd like to know whether staff thinks that's an effective argument that could be used to identify what we've already identified, essentially.
Yes, we think it's an argument we could certainly bring to HCD. And again, any sites that theoretically don't have approved projects on them are sites that we can use in the housing element. And again, I'm basing this on our last experience, and not to say that things won't change. But historically, when I was in Cupertino, they would only allow you to count, say, 50% of the total density on the mixed-use site, right? Because they were expecting to see a number of mixed uses. So you have to have very detailed and very nuanced conversations with them. And we won't know what the results are. But we're very hopeful that our sites in North Bayshore, East Wisman, El Camino are great examples. R3 could potentially, give us some options to look at. So we are cautiously optimistic on meeting what we're seeing as a fairly high number coming down. Just for reference, right, our last time's number was just under 3,000 units.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that the R3 will produce some too. And then I think that eventually we should look at Moffett, because I actually think that should be the other, it's, if we're doing transit-oriented development, that should be the other half of our downtown. So I'm hopeful for some of those things, but I do agree that we don't have the infrastructure and to probably match all the units they're talking about. And then the last thing I would say is I would urge some caution because of the changes because of COVID and remote work. I would like to see whether there's reason for revisions over time because of that.
Yes, and as we had noted in our responses, they've already started making adjustments to the assumptions, and one of the assumptions they put in is about 30% of office workers would be telecommuting, and they're looking at increasing that even more potentially as a mitigation, requiring up to 60%.
So I'm not totally clear on what that means. How does that affect how might that affect the number of housing units that Mountain View is assigned?
That's a good question. If you ask them, they put in a bunch of assumptions into this black box. And I know we have Eric Anderson here, who I'm not sure, Eric, if in your conversations with Dave from ABAG, he was able to explain any better how some of these might find their way into housing requirements. But I think it has more to do with commute patterns, if you ask me.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything from the ABAG MTC staff about how telecommuting might affect the RENA numbers. Although you would think that it would affect some of the factors that the Housing Methodology Committee is weighing. That the Plan Bay Area is this thing, over here that's kind of informing the RENA process, which has its own factors. And so the Plan Bay Area analysis, which I've been talking to the regional staff about, they have their assumptions, but it's not really affecting these household growth numbers that they're projecting to 2050. These factors, though, are at this point pretty baked in stone, although you would think that these a factor like jobs housing balance, right? If fewer people are actually working in Mountain View because they're telecommuting from Morgan Hill or something, that we'd have a better jobs housing balance as a result of it. But I haven't seen any changes in the RENA methodology factors based on this.
Yes, they were mainly talking about working with CARB, which is the Air Resources Board, on emissions when they were talking about telecommuting.
Well, I would encourage them to think about it a little more thoroughly, but those are all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I do want to assure staff, I ended up watching part of the EPC meeting last week, so I did see your presentation. But as part of my question, I just recalled I didn't get to watch the end in terms of the discussion and what their feedback was. Do you mind sharing that with us?
Sure. So they had a couple of comments. Some of their concerns were over the lack of transparency over the calculation of some of these numbers. It is kind of a black box in terms of how they come up with their numbers. We have had a number of discussions with ABAG staff, and we're starting to get a little more knowledgeable about
about their process, but it is kind of a black box. Another concern that EPC brought up was, they thought that the transportation funding should be tied to growth, so those should go in together. Those were two of the main comments. They also said, as the region becomes more urban, to continue to stress the importance of open space planning as we add a lot more growth. So those were just a few of their comments.
Great, thank you. I would be fine with everything my colleagues have said, as well as incorporating those EPC comments, because I do think that those are useful as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, I was just going to say to answer the mayor's question about what the likelihood of things changing is, just based on the executive board meetings. I think it's tricky now, and by the way, I agree. The planning collaborative letter hits on most of the points and is quite articulate on why these things are concerning, in particular to Mountain View and our area. I think what's tricky about the way the politics of this have evolved is, I think there was a sigh of relief amongst some communities when the HDD numbers came down and were lower than they were anticipated. And so I think some of the other communities that were aligned with Santa Clara County sort of said, let's just be happy with this and not I think that basically what I'm trying to say is the desire to relook at this in detail, sort of some of the steam went out from that, and now it's just a handful of communities, and now with where HMC is headed, it's really putting the burden on just a handful of communities, and I think there's even going to be some disagreement within Santa Clara County, because what you have is some communities have less of a burden, even for example Sunnyvale, than Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Cupertino are going to have, and so I think they're going to be a little bit reluctant to mess with some of these formulas, because it may end up equalizing the burden a bit more and removing some of the burden from us, Palo Alto, Cupertino, and Milpitas and others, but that burden would probably shift to some of the others, and so it's having said that, it's not all doom and gloom. I think there is an opportunity to work with the staff and just make some of these cases so that they, they're a little bit more transparent as they become over time with their black box, so to speak. And there may be some ways to tweak these things and just really hammer home the argument that please don't set the communities up for failure who have, like us, worked really, really hard when it wasn't cool to do that, and no one else would, or very few other communities would. And so, I plan to keep making that argument to the staff when I can, and then at the executive board meetings. But I just wanted to set the realistic expectations here of there was initially quite a bit of steam behind really delving into these things and ensuring there was more of an equal burden. The burden was more equally spread across the various communities, but after the HDD numbers ended up being lower than originally thought, and then we've gone in the direction of using some of the assumptions that actually relieve some of the pressure on some of the communities that were most concerned about this initially. I think it's just going to be a heavy burden to get the executive board to shift, and MTC, because it's not just ABAG here, it's MTC as well, to completely shift strategy at this point.
Thank you. Thanks for the info. Anyone else with comments? No? All right, then I think that concludes this item. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, for sticking it out. We will now go to item 9, council staff committee reports. Any council members with items? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I'm proud to show you my certificates of achievement you can't see them, but they were for captain awareness, security working from home. I got that done, whatever. And then I got COVID-19 best practices. So you see that? So I just want to tell you, being at home, you can accomplish a lot. So that's all I got for you.
Good job, Councilmember Ellister. Thank you for sharing. Councilmember Matichak?
I'm glad to see you're well trained there.
The city manager wants to say something admirable.
Yes, Councilmember McAllister, I was just going to ask who gave you those.
The crayon hasn't dried yet, so we'll just figure it out. Next time I won't ask the city manager for her input.
So two things. We had a meeting of the Airport Land Use Commission, and we are talking about updating the San Jose Comprehensive Land Use Plan. That's for the San Jose Airport. So they're changing some things in the physical infrastructure of the airport. And so the Comprehensive Land Use Plan we have an opportunity to update that based upon those changes. And so we're talking about that. And we also had a meeting of the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority. And our executive director is ready to retire for the second or third time because she was the police chief for Morgan Hill, maybe? Gilroy. And she was with SVRA for a while, maybe a couple years. And so we were interviewing candidates for her replacement. And she's been kind enough to say that she will stay until the new person is on board and has a little bit of time to bring them up to speed, which is really nice of her. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to share that the Council Youth Services Subcommittee met earlier today discussing youth mental health. So we should have another meeting, I think we're going to have before the meeting on the 22nd, and then hopefully be able to come back to Council. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I wanted to announce one last time, let me see if I can get it up so I have it accurately, that everybody in this meeting and in the public is invited to an upcoming symposium called Green Streets for Sustainable Communities. It will be this Thursday, September 10th, starting at 9 in the morning. On day one, I'll speak about designing streets for people. On day two, John Bella from Gell Design, who we've hired to work with our Summer Streets program, and also with the interface between our train station and the underpass, will be the keynote speaker. And on day three, Kimber McCarthy will speak about rethinking city budgets in a post-COVID world. So if you Google Green Streets for Sustainable Communities, you can sign up to attend the symposium.
Great, thank you. Anyone else with reports? Anything from staff? Is there a closed session report, City Attorney?
There's no closed session report tonight.
Great, thank you. We actually do need to continue our closed session item number 1. So I will adjourn this regular meeting at 11:24, and we will reconvene in closed session on the other Zoom line. So let's say in about 5 minutes, 11:30, we will see you over there. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening. Our next council meeting will be held on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020 at 5 p.m. Thank you.